That music completely caught me off guard.
Good, that was the plan.
What is this song?
It's the minigame screen from Mario Party 8, from right before you play the minigame. Like the rules screen. AKA the best theme in the game.
I was not expecting it to be that specific.
That's because that's the best frickin' theme in the 8th game. I don't even know the rest of the themes in that game. I literally only remember that theme. It's like how I only remember, like, one theme from Mario Party 9, and it's specifically Bowser Jr.'s battle theme. In fact, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna play that song before I continue into Ryunosuke. By the way, great philosophical question. What would stop a man from winding his watch if he'd been having the winding it every single evening for 10 years? I definitely didn't read that right. Listen to Bowser Jr.'s theme. It slaps. Let me find it. Here it is. I was lied to. That is not what I fucking wanted. Fine, I'll just play the full thing. Skip it a boop ba dum. Skip ba ba dee da ba 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 da da. Skip ba ba dee da ba 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 da da. Skip ba ba doo doo ba 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 da da. Skip ba ba doo doo ba 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 da da. Anyways, I just needed to get that out of my system because I love that theme. Anyways, let's play some game. What would stop a man winding his watch if he had been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Counsel, that is a most extraordinary
Objection!
claim. That apparently Cosmo does not agree with. Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would overlook something like that? Yeah. On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. What do you mean? Like I said, I put my hand on that dirty great pool of blood.
Objection!
It didn't necessarily have But that blood could be explained in a number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured on the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? No, but I do know that the fucking coroner from the previous case was a murderer, so it's not out of the question. Well, it needn't necessarily be human blood, of course. Oh yeah, they can't tell if it's human blood yet. I've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct, beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. Behold Socrates'
Fresh blood
man!
is obviously available on every street corner as long as that corner is populated.
That is a very dark way of looking at it, but you're not wrong. It's certainly possible that it wasn't in the inspector's blood at all. I don't think it was.
Objection!
Dastard. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's the old question. Is it though? What? Given that the time of death on the victims had already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realm of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? I don't know what we heard and was a loud bang that came from that there room. No, you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but you can all state with certainty. But all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with the fucking firecracker.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Now, hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecracks only make a pocket swap anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot.
That firework lit when she kissed it. That must have been a really unstable firework.
I think she lit it and then
I'm here,
kissed
though I
it.
may come and go, because I'm with family.
That's fair. How you doing, young brownie girl?
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. One whiff of a match and the firecracks go pop, see? That's why people like them. I fear for her fingers too. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a, time bomb. Oh god. Shit, I can't believe Drebber made a timed firecracker. Hang on, I'm fixing my mic. I'm streaming in a new location.
It's okay, her fingers aren't real.
She has prosthetic fingers? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device. Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene.
Yo,
Hey, no. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Well, I mean, I'm pretty confident it's supposed to be the pocket watch. That's the only thing I can think of that would make it a time device. Yeah. It's the pocket watch. I
love
did
how
think so, my
Kazuma
lord.
automatically knows what
But it's
Ryu
becoming
Nosuke is
increasingly
talking
clear.
about when everyone else misunderstands him, even about time bombs.
Objection!
Yes, by you. What? Shit. No time to clear the area before the blast. Meanwhile, I should evacuate this theater.
Maybe they bribed the toy to do it for them.
So it's probably older than Van Zeek's, who's been on the field. This can't be Van Zeek's gun. Okay. That doesn't help. Shoot! This is what happens when I have to take breaks because the stream dies. Shit.
Need help?
Maybe, but not yet. Maybe this somehow? No. Oh my god, this thing is hideous. No, that's not what I meant to do.
Yo.
Hey, Nat. Hey, Dev. You're Dev. How you doing, Dev? Shit.
I'm so close to being able to do the secret boss in Phenotopia.
Oh, good luck with that. I mean, it could be the candelabrum. But that wouldn't explain why that one
It'd be kinda stupid and kinda cool if it involved the wax on the candle melting.
Josh, you might actually be right on the money. thinking about it now, if you coated... This is a stupid idea, it wouldn't work, but if you coated the... what is that thing called? The fuse with wax?
Let me know and I'll give you one word.
If you coated the thing with wax, it would technically cause a slower burn, and you could theoretically delay the burst of the firecracker. I don't think that's what happened, but it's possible. That'd be so cool, though. It would be a longer fuse, right? It would have to be just a longer fuse. All you'd have to do is make a longer fuse. I don't know if you could make a long enough fuse that it wouldn't go off for 24 hours, but... One word would be helpful. Sorry, I'm getting in a new comfortable position. There we go, that's better.
Candles.
You were right.
How are you liking the new location so far?
I like it considerably more, but only because the
God
Wi-Fi.
damn it.
I don't hate this location, I just wish I could be in my room because my room is where I'm most comfy. I need to get a range extender. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are, goodness, yes! But that's not the case. There were also scorching on the victim and the entryway. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That's right, there was, but as we heard earlier... Scorch marks like that only occur when the target is very close at range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How can that be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the
Alan
candle...
comes in and says, did someone say Sherlock?
Oh, yeah, oh, I have to ask not James, if he thought my, I have to ask James if he thought I sent in a thing to Ask Ace Attorney, and it's funny. And I really hope he got it, because it's so fun to me. Anyways, it suggests the fireworks might have been right next to it when they exploded, or to put another way, the candle and the firecrackers were joined together.
How are you confusing me with so many people now?
Nye, I'm gonna be real, I don't know. The culprit somehow oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. After the killer had left the scene, it would only be the candle slowly burns down along with the other two, until eventually it ignites the fuse of the firecracker, generating a loud bang. Nye, I'm confusing you with everyone because I love you the most, and therefore I associate you with everyone that I love. And that is how the three witnesses came to believe they had a gunshot at 5 o'clock. It is very possible.
Everyone shocked about this, while Kazuma is all, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think Kazuma just doesn't
I don't know whether to be flattered or concerned.
Both is good. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Considering this... It's a wig. Obviously, anybody could wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing that red hairpiece. It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Pfft. Oh shit! Damn! Also, we're just gonna sit and enjoy this theme for a minute. Because goddamn. What is the name of this theme? I need to set it as my pill alarm. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? You dick. I also noted the lack of a time of death of this report, a stark omission. But as far as I am concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot
Gotta
to be
go
desired.
to a family thing. Let me know if there are more fireworks involved.
Lots of family stuff happening today. Have a good day, Josh. I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based upon the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture, but while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Damn! Is he agreeing with me? That's an Ace Attorney first. And what immediately comes to mind, of course. What Inspector Gregson was doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent that what the case was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what the case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree, surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court what the case was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Gee, I wonder.
I think Kazuma is mostly looking at this more skeptically than he comes across. That's what I love about him. He does think Barack is the culprit, but also sticks to the facts and is open to the defense's perspectives. He's neither siding with the
Oh, well, there goes speech chat again. Ba, 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 ba. I think that Kazuma's mostly looking at this more skeptically than he comes across. That's what I love about him. He does think that Beric is the culprit, but also sticks to the facts and is open to the defense's perspectives. He's neither siding with the prosecution, Scotland Yard, or even his own side. He's his own prosecutor that does his homework and goes by his findings.
I'm always breaking speech chat.
You make giant-ass posts. I'm here for them, I just keep having to refresh speech chat. Don't stop doing them, though. It would have to be this. Duh. What? Really? Congratulations, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You deserve a reward for that expert display. Oh, great. I'm glad he cut me with his fucking Magatama. Did you just draw Karama on me, my friend?
I'll be nicknamed Speech Chat Breaker.
It really does stand out in showing what case Inspector... Was it... What? Fuck you. That's what it is. He was inspecting... Fuck off. Like, am I not supposed to do this specifically? Yawning, sorry.
Also, love that you got one of Kazuma's savage shit.
Chin. Is it her? Or... No, this was circled. Oh, I'm stupid. It's the redhead thing. I'm at 1 HP because I'm an idiot. My lord, I have the answer now. I'm gonna save just so...
And yeah, Kazuma will tie you to a trunk and throw you over the sea if you get the wrong answer. He's the brutal.
I don't think he will actually do that, given that that's not only illegal, I think that might actually be a breach of the Geneva Convention. Oh wait, did the Geneva Convention exist in the 1800s? Or was that only created after World War I?
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer.
Like that would stop him anyway.
Oh hey, 34, what's up? We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not! Such a... Yeah. Well, yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except that is... in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
Said exactly true, but I mean that is his friend. It's like I'm going to kill my friend, but not really.
Honestly though, I have threatened to murder every single person who's ever decided to be my friend. So, you've already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Yeah. The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men all across London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. Yes, I know you have. 2 redheads!
That's your friend when he threatens to kill you in court.
Friendship goals. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. It's quite possible that the contact led to more serious events. I love the fact that we're listening to Kazuma's theme this whole time. This theme rules. I don't mind. Kazuma's average for me so far. He might grow on me more, I don't know. But his theme frickin' slaps. I concur, we cannot do we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of... Oh wait, that's the wrong voice. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for these men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed league conspirators to me, Prosecutor Rahogi. at once, my lord. Very good, we will have a 30-minute reset. Court is adjourned and my health is back! Oh, thank God, I made it with my... I was flying by the seat of my pants for a bit there. Oh, thank God. Okay, we finally made it. Oh, my eye is twitching so hard. Ba, 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 ba. Save. And I'll be right back. I'm going to get more coffee and finish getting dressed.
BTW, I've written a letter to ask Ace Attorney of Phoenix asking Edgeworth to kill Larry for writing a letter about Athena specializing in oral.
That's quite the letter. I'll be right back. Gotta grab my coffee cup, it's over there.
I'll be back too. Murder couples are the best kind of couples. I just want murder couples. Day is going to be perfect, the kind of day in which I dreamed since I was small. Hello, darlings, I'm back. I have my coffee, I have my blanket, my cat is outside, yawning in the sunlight, being adorable. Excuse me, going back to the main overlay. Oh, oh, fuck. Double sneezes are the worst. November, 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber, as we should be in. Let's do this. Where's Van Zeeks? Bastard. Oh, there you are, Otto. Oh, hi, Gina. What kept you, my dear fellow? What the fuck are you two doing? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina.
You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. I'm possibly more shocked than the both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in the mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day in question, before Lord Van Zieks discovered this body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, or perhaps something with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those Leaguemen too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No! Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interests were merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income, and that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they?
Guess who got Myrtilda dead? Tilda.
I know who got murdered, and I'm sad about it, Phoenix. In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean.
That's right, Sis. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to the tip-off by a good law-born citizen.
Indeed. Yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before the Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the Inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson own's sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent. Oh my fucking god.
Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes.
Yes, well, then there's this whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. You know, Van Zieks is like right there. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, the Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks. TTIL. And Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? No fucking clue. Where's Van Zieks? Is he just chilling in the courtroom? Did he not come to the defendant's antechamber? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over shortly. Yes, you're right. Oh, okay, I guess Van Zieks is just not here. Cosmo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is he hoping to make me see, I wonder? That everyone's a bag of dicks? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Well, yeah, duh. We've barely started. Are you ready then, Mr. Soto?
Yes.
Let's do this. Oh god, I have to do a French accent, an Italian accent, and British accents. I'm so glad there's no Irishmen here, or I'd be so screwed. 2nd November, 1 PM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh shit, there he is! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barrick Van Zieks. We are present who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord. Have you summoned a witness as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom. They better be wearing, like, handcuffs or something Blackwell style. Nope, never mind. Okay, so the Italian is eating pasta and the French is spinning around a thing. These two men are currently being held by the police under suspicion of attempted extortion. You may admit your occupations, but state your names for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. These two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsk are the future and leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alas, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do, eh? So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? Here's the grand ideas, but the petty plans. The strange combination is the charm of the hilarious for others. See, capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Say, bello, there it is, the capo's trump card, the furrow's brow. Tis a tipo, capo. The furrow and the meaning of your words. Wow, these two suck. Oui, c'est ça. And what exactly is the nature of this deception which you plan to defraud? Excuse me. Alors, I will explain it. No, capo. Leave it to me. Oh, jeez. We both have a vivid red hair, no? At the school, we were teased for this without a pity. And the capo here is many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like at the Trevi fountain. What a mood! Every night, he would bury his head on a pillow and work for any injustice. C'est bien, Peppino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw the notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I'm honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the League is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the League, you could receive a weekly income of £4. And from each person present. This pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France, it was a most elegant plan, no? No, it was most dishonorable, he says, shaking his head twice. But, to be frank, I'm stunned anyone was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. And on the day which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every person present that day. I have seen more red-headed people in one day, and I will see the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see a Caples hair, I feel a sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry. The date for the trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. Why? They've only been shown this photograph. What? That serves no... That's not... That doesn't mean any... Why? What? If there's a possibility that they're instrumental to this, they should... I need to go to the washroom, but I'm gonna keep going. Rosso and Rossi. And the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. Really? Really? Really now, you fucking Frenchie. You know, the French surrender in every story I've ever had. I want this guy's suit. Real talk, I want Blue Man's suit. I like Blue Guy.
While you suffer from that headache, I'm going to head off. Night, Chloe.
Night 34. I'll be right back. I'm actually going to go to the washroom because I'm dying right now. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in that park on 9th Street that day. Okay. About a don't recall the man in the photograph, couple? If there was there's no way you were 1 in 1,000, you bitch. No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. And nobody like this came into the park, this I can promise. It must be noted that you've been arrested for grand deception, however, accordingly. This court has little confidence in your assurances. Oof, with this attitude, we get nowhere, huh? He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records that an entry from this inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed. Yes, my lord. Oh, are we not going to see Venus and the others again? Good. Oh, my frickin' foot. Crack. Thank you. The man in the photograph. With more than 1,000 red-headed people.
Hold it!
1,000 people, that's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. The redheads had come from all over the capital. I see, the capo here, he has a magnificent animal, okay? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, it would be the capo. All those people wanted the money, but you know, the £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
I'm back. Can I also say I love Kazuma's half-face before cross-examination? It's better than his defense one in the DLC.
Wipe your damn face. That's a small fortune. Who'd have thought there were 1,000 of such gullible redheads in London to start with? Good point. One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair.
Hold it!
Doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so, and this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like people who try to trick other people. Really? Says the con artist. If between them
Sholmes
they
doesn't
interview...
count Ryan escape.
Sholmes absolutely counts. He double counts. He's a great detective who shouldn't have fallen for such a stupid trick. if between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signor, I may be small, but my memory is very large. I don't forget a thing. In my opinion, I don't think of this man that was in the park. But he's not going to give the courtroom a definite, it seems. Capo, you didn't see a man like this, eh?
Yeah, but he falls for everything and we don't know if he means it or not.
Until he proves that he didn't mean it, he meant it. But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Shit. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
There.
And normally the red hair is a very distinctive, yes, but not when you have 1,000 redheads crawling around. It's just an eyesore. But if there was someone information you could give us, then maybe we could recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact. If there was a man with a red hair piece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think we would have forgotten him. Kazuma said that these were the only two been shown. Kazuma said these two had only been shown that photograph, and they'd been told nothing at all. What I just fed them is... But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his fish and chips. No. Excuse me. I guess his fish and chips would be kind of the most distinctive thing about him. His infinite fish and chips. I'm kind of tempted. I'm gonna do it. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember this in this situation, but what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking at the red heads of the applicants.
I don't think it matters which you choose, but don't take my word for it.
I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or spaghetti. Me, I love spaghetti. Really, I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. See, capo, see, I say it again and again. I have a feeling it means nothing, because his name and profession wouldn't matter with his red hair. His fish and chips were the most distinct part about him, so if they don't remember that, they won't remember anything else.
Hold it!
But we only have no word for that. I see, but what else can we do, huh? True. Oof, we are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested and then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man, and now they question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Aye, capo? No, you were caught. No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Aye, capo. Dude, stop. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It's your fault since we got caught in the first place. What do you mean by that? Cavolo! You promised not to say, eh, capo? I thought we had taken all the money, we should have left the country. Sorry, that must have been disgusting to hear.
These guys guys would get along great with the two robbers at the end of the first game.
Oh, they'd either get along great or kill each other, and I honestly want to see which. That was my plan. I had left the purchasing of the tickets to the ferry to Dunkirk, to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but it's an easy mistake to make. The 1st and the 31st. I have no sympathy for you. You are an all day late before the boat because of your stupidity. And only because of this that the so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think. And this is the work of God. It's a holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment, it is only your fault. Aww. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. What is this, the Porto Rosso cup? Oh my god, my cup is leaking everywhere. I'll be right back. I have to put that away because it's gross. I don't want it spilling everywhere. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, they're definitely lying. Well, if it was the inspector's diary, it seems likely that you would have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies.
Oh, now I remember. That part where you remember how they can recognize Gregson. It's one of the answers that's not fish and chips. Just imagine if the guy they saw wasn't Gregson.
Well then, the... What? That doesn't make any... Okay. I guess the job would be the most distinctive part about him. You do have a point there. I'm totally not paying attention to the text. It seems to me like we need more information.
Definitely.
I'm about to be sick.
Hold it!
Yes. Ça ist true. I guess his profession would be good. His name wouldn't serve a purpose. You met with 1,000 people. I can certainly appreciate
You
just
mean
knowing
what
that.
if some other guy happened to be eating fish and chips?
Fish and chips is a very British thing to eat. I would not be shocked if someone other than him was doing it. But what if I told you the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective? Yes.
That's all I'm saying. It doesn't make sense now, but as I said, imagine if who they saw wasn't Gregson. Then, you wouldn't see fish and chips.
Sorry, I don't know what I don't want to know what you're implying just because I know it's spoilers. But the way that you phrased that made my brain go to a picture of Beric Van Zieks wearing a red hairpiece, and I can't stop laughing at that stupid image. It would appear that he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me.
Scusi. Something to add, Mr. De Rossi. Che, see, I am always adding something Parmesan olive oil. That's not what we fucking meant. What I mean is, do you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? What did he just say about the detective?
Okay, now I know what I'm doing with my afternoon.
Keep your mouth shut, Pepimo. You're said enough already. But why, Capo? What's the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from a Scotland Yard. What? Oh shit. I guess it could have been anyone if it wasn't just an inspector. Explain the volte-face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. Mattia, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody likes these kids in the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two. A memory and the meals. Like I said, when it came to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way. Shut up! You're such... Blue bitch over there is a dick. We're double fisting the bench. Oh, pal, the damage is done. It is, there was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, the face was completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was a younger. And the face was a clean shave, and his eyes were sadder, his chin was a thinner. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and I said, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he has identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? Sorry, my lord. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italy, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? You dick. And what happened after he announced he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out the park. It was a fantastico! And look, here's the identification. So, you stole it from the man. Yeah, the coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Okay, so these papers are finally going to be the court record. But I like them. De Rossi. Thank you. So, can I open it? Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Lots of gibberish. 997. Well, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what is the name given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's... Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification booklet issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable! This is the real thing after all.
BTW, when you identify the man these redheads saw wrong, Kazuma says he will tie Ryanosuke by the neck and drag him through the streets.
That's graphic. Wait, hang on. This guy went missing.
So Kazuma works with the Mafia now? Interesting. Just if you're crazy enough to want to see that, I know I was he.
I think Vigil was the person he saw. The question is, do I think this is what I'm supposed to present, but I'm scared.
Objection!
Okay, cool. I did get it right. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why Miss Lestrade?
What's your intention here, Counsel?
Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question which we can't answer for ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's, no question about it.
It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who's attended the red-headed was the real Inspector Gregson. No! It's literally not possible.
Sut a loss!
I love these two. X.
Oh, hey James, how you doing? It could be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it. Ah, he was already dead.
Basically, what are you saying?
Unable to... You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report the identification stolen. Okay, I'm gonna be real, Kazuma has some pretty good animations. I like them. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before the body was discovered at a different location. I love how he faints every time.
I know nothing. I don't know nothing.
Pull yourself together, Pepino.
Mon Dieu. You can behave a little more like the master criminal than that, no? Poor Deros.
I wish I knew how to pronounce that.
Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, I... Oh, May, stop your warning and stop talking! But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. Shit. You two are such babies. Such babies. Shut the hell up, De Rossi. For crying out loud. I would never... I feel like I would also cry on the witness stand, though. Not, like, just out of peer pressure. If anyone accused me of murder, I would just immediately burst into tears. I'm not gonna lie. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him at our night. Shit! Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. Aww. Aww. I feel bad for them. I mean, I don't, but I love them. You imprisoned the man. But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable and calm and happy. Couple. I don't think anyone could be happy in a... as a... moron. It was never a part of my plan, I swear it. Oof, so you think it was my fault, eh? Because I got the date at the ferry wrong. Just why I went a little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino, I know it! No. Por favor, capo, it's not fair. How could he have been a real detective? He wasn't.
Unless he had Stockholm Syndrome, he would not have been happy at all.
Hang on, what's this guy's name? DeRosso? I just... Oh, he's a part of the Jean-Jacques Rousseau family, isn't he? He was a Genevan philosopher, writer, and composer. Huh. He existed right up into the final... the first 2 years of the American Revolution. Huh. Fabian de Rousseau. That's an awesome name. I know it's Fabian. Oh, he has no frickin' animations? Are you kidding me? That sucks. So on the day before the incident, hang on, is he in here? Is the bastard in here? He is! This asshole. Gregson spent the night in confinement in the Bear's hideout. That doesn't surprise me. Do I get to cross-examine them now? Oh, look at them sobbing their eyes out.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. There was a first crime. It was not the first time of the crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house on the outskirts of Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by a couple here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, nothing impulsive. Inspired. Aye, couple. What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? And if the house described that you confirmed Mr. Gregson was in it, that does not make it better. I have to know how old this man is.
Hold it!
How old are these two? Because they're too old to be 25 and 26. Okay, he also has a ring around his neck. I didn't notice that earlier, but it's him and, like, this guy. Why do they have rings around their neck? What the fuck happened to them? Anyways, sorry. Too scared? Why? Because why had he come to the park? We did not know. There was a chance he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station and blow the whistle on us, even if he was just feigning to be an inspector. He was up and no good, without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it is you two who were up to no good. Well, I see, you may be right. Aye, couple. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take them in prison now. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show his identification in the first place. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people we took 5 shillings from that day. I've forgotten what the name said, but the address startled me. Andrew Scotland Yard Homicide Division, really? What a dick. He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, we took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say. See, we did.
Hold it!
Shit. That's being this identification with care, correct? See, that's another one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspiciously some man. Allora, I was thinking it must be falso. Eh, capo? Qui, it is just as Peppino said. We were convinced he was not genuine. And so, together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all the money. In for a penny, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? It was nothing, just a minor incident. It's a falso inspector, he was a real piece of work, eh, capo? What happened? Oof, it was a disaster. We gave him a nicer room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? Qui c'è invenzione, we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
So, what do you think we are? Of course not.
Just making sure.
Oh dear.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong?
Hi, me?
Something Mr. DeRosso said just seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about?
Did he just do a Mario-style jump?
Yep. Cavolo! Sometimes you look, at times like that you don't want to have a capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experience. Personal experience? That's enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we took the raid to legal line into action, I was scared. It was not fair to be capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. What's the capo here? He came after me like the turbine, yeah? He drags me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have bruises to prove it, aye, capo?
Bruises, you say?
Oh my god, is that the bruise on his neck? You do! Now! Oh, damn.
Bruises ought never to be described as fantastico.
Allora, unless they're makeup, I've actually done makeup bruises, like, on my brother and myself, and people thought they were real, and it was great. Oh, that's really dark. Ecco, you see, it's very visible, see? That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house. I see, the capo sometimes is very rough, and I said that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck, I wonder, does it matter? It's important. Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Hi, capo, you see? Everyone's interested in what I say, hmm? Ugh. There's no mark on the inspector's neck, though.
You also gave me bruise makeup after kickboxing.
Oh yeah, that's true, I did do that.
Hold it!
Are you saying that the red mark was caused by... a collar made from a leather. A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. DeRosa? What? Oh shit, it's 4 p.m. My phone's going off. I'll be right back.
I'm back. Yes. Well, this ain't Bernard at home when I was younger. The souvenir from that time was a very strong chain.
That is so dark. Oh my god, that's so dark. What the fuck? And you put that around your friend's neck. I'm sorry, I was angry at him for leaving me alone. You didn't have to tie the chain of a leg of a bed, though. Hush. You didn't have to do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Friends don't put leashes on friends. O_0.
I mean... Friends put leashes on friends with benefits. I need to stop. I need to stop. Treat the people like an equal. Is a capo tomato
I'm
here?
going to pretend I didn't hear that.
Winking face.
I'm so glad that James...
That one.
I'm so glad, James, that you just ignore my stupid sex jokes. It's good. I have one friend who thinks I'm the dumbest human being alive. It's starting to sound more like a prison all of a sudden. The capo is tough, but the capo is rough. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released the inspector... He had a ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. Now you know, the capo here, he don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector,
I watched the first 2 Danganronpa games. I can deal with it. Winking face.
A clueless Russian spy,
No.
yes.
No!
Objection!
So, the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. Oh, gross. Invitation to stay. If I ever kidnap someone, I'm just going to call it an invitation to stay. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that make no sense. It was me who took the collar off of this man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on the witness's neck, we expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi.
I remember someone saying that being a successful streamer is basically being paid to get bullied.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Which isn't 100% true.
Oh my god, look at this man just cry. This is a mood.
But it's not false eye. Ah.
It would appear, then, that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as the incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? It is true. This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone would have stolen such an important thing from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion himself.
And we also know that the inspector made a note of the Red-Headed League in his diary that day. That surely means we can't divorce the two effects completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling if it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two encountered. The fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
I don't think gentleman is the right term for them.
Well, if they're gentle, I'd say that it fits Rossi because he's a gentle person, but it doesn't fit Rousseau because he's not gentle at all if he collars his friends and treats them like animals. Facts can lie, are you kidding me? Well, my lord, the identity of the person who said that is revealed by information in the court's record, I believe. Yeah, it is. It's revealed by... where's the bastard? This guy. Because he has the collar neck thingy. He is so gross looking! I hate him! Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So, why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you have apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before an imposter? Duh. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable fact points to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these red-headeds saw that day cannot have been the Inspector Grayson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. No.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck.
I saw
So the
that
question
objection
immediately
coming.
posed next is who exactly is the man on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Grayson's identification? I love that he does Mario jumps. That's great. Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the identity of the man who these two imprisoned that night.
Take that!
Fuck this guy.
Goodness me, isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What happened to his lip? See, this man is not from the Red-Headed League. He's looking for a Twisted Lip League, no? It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? Yeah, no shit. The defense demands that Mr. Gossett be brought back to the stand. I mean, I personally think it was Mr. Vigil, but whatever. Oh god. Well, I never. The undeniable ring of bruising indeed.
Now, what's going on here, eh? You've always had this to me. It's my birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume there's a reason you've been I can't read.
It's the main inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it?
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? Nope.
We are in a big trouble, eh, capo?
Well, I missed the window to clip it cause my laptop decided to fuck up.
Ha! Don't worry, you'll be able to clip it after the stream.
The man who claimed to be the inspector that day was definitely not this man. That's alright to see. You think we'd forget the grand lips, eh?
Gross.
Oh, I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I'm no interest in the red-headed bag. I'm not alone in the world, me. I know kinfolk and nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that?
Wait. Oh, there's. Oh, that's gross. Okay. Ew, 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 ew. Oh my god, did he bruise himself? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side, as always, Mr. Naruhodo. I think Kazuma's on our side. I'd believe it if Kazuma was with us. I have a stupid theory, but I don't know how he could have done it.
I love you, Susato, less than 3.
How could he have done it? Oh, that's a really gross image in my head. I don't like that. I really don't like that. Oh, I really hate that. Oh, I really don't like that idea. No, I don't think it's possible. I really hope I'm wrong.
What?
The theory I had, upon re-looking at it, I don't think it's possible, but the theory I had was that Gossip and Vigil are the same person. And that the reason why Gossip looks so fucked up is because he knew that if he was Vigil, he'd be identifiable, so he fucked up his own face and pretended to be Gossip. But it's upon re-looking at their faces that I don't actually think that's possible. I think it's actually more likely that it's like Gregson and Vigil would be the same person, which I don't think is the case. So let's do this.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to hurt your hands on the decks, monsieur. Surely no reason is obvious. Because I have never seen these lips like these. There's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. It looks very much like it we left behind by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words! It's like you're trying to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, don't they?
No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me.
For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear it to the flames of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I'm saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat a hard Fabian gullet and a eclair. You know, I've never seen a hair as black as yours either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. I see, maybe the national trait, huh? Maybe all of the people from this man's country have grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here on Prisoner Street and I'll never left it.
Oh, that is the problem, see. So you definitely didn't go to the park on Line Street that day, Mr. Gossip?
Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh?
Yeah.
Hold it!
So you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you?
You're not getting any more gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. So that tasty tidbit for a friend and a few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich gossip for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows?
As you can see, my own hair's not got a hit of red in it. In any case, Bresner straight to my pet. You won't catch me shouting off to some part of town near
Is
church.
that so?
Is that so?
Excuse me!
Shit, this guy's got a good voice, too.
I'm back. Did you ever purposely get the wrong guy and have Kazuma threaten to drag you down the streets by the neck?
No, because unlike you, I'm not turned on by threats of violence unless they're coming from me. Okay. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Mr. DeRosso.
Well then,
Oui, how can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? This was the other day, when I was looking for her place near the park, a small house or something. We visited an housing agent on Line Street, and that's where I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? We had some kind of contract, and his hand.
I'm turned on by
they were
Kazuma
very-
shitting on me winking face.
dot 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 dot. Everything okay?
Yes, everything's fine. I'm just fucking traumatized by what young bounty girl just said.
No, you're mistaken, chum. I never left Fresno Street, mate, like I said before.
You and me both. X.
You mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face.
No, the couple was alright, I remember it too. It was a pain, a man with a business with banknotes.
Asterisk.
Why are you asterisking me? With notes.
Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why there's a man with the dirty clothes would have much money. Just to look at the name of the papers. And, what was the
I
name
guess
written?
TMI.
I mean, it's not TMI so much as just the phrasing. No, this man, he lies, he tells you that he has no name. If he says Vigil... No.
If it's Kazuma, I will take the sword to the neck and scream, "Kick me, daddy!"
Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna die of laughter.
I think the pun is supposed to be huge boon, as in huge favor.
Oh. Young bounty girl, you're gonna kill me. The defense does object, because the name just mentioned has very deep significance to the case. No, young bounty. James! Dev, no!
Dev, no.
Dev, I was joking!
It wasn't supposed to delete all the messages.
I like how it, like, took out, like, 90% of my chat because you did that.
We're never gonna get to the end of this, are we?
We're never,
No.
ever. As long as Cosmo's here, Young Bounty Girl's gonna keep interrupting. Oh, I really... Are you okay, Young Bounty Girl? I'm sorry, I did not give Dev consent to do that. I did not give Dev consent to do that. Oh, my father's coming upstairs. What's he doing? Hello? What you doing? And that involves getting rid of the entire monster.
Etim overdue no
Oh,
30
alright.
no. I'm no longer with my family, so I'm back to me being horny.
Where? Well, this call was closed. This is my father, by the way, if you can hear him.
Hello.
Wonderful.
If young bounty
Alright.
girl stop.
What
Get
link
some
did you
help.
send me?
Winking face.
Well, Discord
Howdy.
Load. Oh. Probably should not play it on stream because copyright. I think I won't, just to be safe. What was I saying?
My help is Kazuma and his hot ass.
I will look at it when... Actually, you know what I can do? I can just do... Oh dear. Why has VC Face stopped working? VC Face. What is... I broke it. It's broken. Okay, so opening Discord was a heckin' mistake. Oh no, what happened? Okay, I get it now. What's wrong?
One of these packages leaked.
Oh no, which one?
It's the shrimp.
Oh god, I guess we're cooking that tonight then.
Well, actually, it looked like it might have been the beef too, so.
Oh. The people who made the Helltaker game is making a sequel? Question mark? Yeah, cool. Sure, I'm down to be in a demon harem. Alright, let's get back to the game. Is VC Face working again? It is. Okay, cool. I'm gonna close Discord now, because I don't want to drop frames. Alright, let's do this. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. What?
Rebel friends now!
We're alright. I suppose it might be the case, I.
Oh gosh. So you sold a building to Gregson, stole his investigation papers, and pretended to be a police inspector?
We're just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler exhibits in town. So I happen to be able
Kazuma
to
is
afford a
about
probably
to
little
kill
room
this
in the
man.
corner down
Not
Backstreet's
literally.
townhouse. And once every 6 months I go and pay rent to the agent on lights.
6 months? Do you, like, pay 6 months in advance? Or do you do it at the end of the 6 months? Why?
Oh, I remember now. There was 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
If either of us are vulgar, it's not me.
I'm slowly turning Scottish when I'm trying to be Italian. Think again, Pampino. Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I dare not talking about my personal life. I'm too bit pitler as far as anyone else is concerned. No thoughts.
You're such a pain to voice. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone.
If I must.
This theme is hard. I like it lots.
Hold it!
Hold it. So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? It's just a desk.
Then, why would you want to rent it?
Well, why? I don't think I have to say, really.
What? Literally, you do. Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to. Oh, he totally is Mr. Vigil, isn't he?
Well, no, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and the chair and dirt.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed in there, in your room?
Well, obviously, I'm not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no in the water, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. Does it though? In particular, one part of his testimony is really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man.
I'm all alone in the world, me, and no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved?
Oh. If everything but the thing is his, why is this famed photograph of Mrs. Vigil there?
Ah! It totally is Mr. Vigil! It's totally Mr. Vigil, it's totally him.
Objection!
If you had no
High five.
kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. Ugh. Are you gonna lock him outside? Okay, good. I presume that you've been renting this room. That is the photograph I can't read. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Oh, well...
If Kazuma would cut off the prosecution's top knot, would Ryan Escape no longer need a barber the more he goes against Kazuma in court?
I mean, if a top knot is a bigger target than just a head of hair. Plus, I don't think he's ready to sport the frickin'... Oh, what's the name of the avatar in The Last Airbender? Anka? What? Aang! His name is Aang. I wish. Grover's coming. Shut the door.
Bye, Dad! Oh, buddy, as the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case.
Objection!
No, it's very possible. How can you be
I
so
don't
sure?
mean going bald. I mean getting a free haircut. Ryunosuke's hair is very short.
I don't think he needs a haircut from Kazuma, though. Plus, I feel like Kazuma as a troll would just cut his hair to look like Kazuma's hair. Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those omissible features.
Objection!
What if those omissible features are the disguise? What do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lips are very prominent indeed.
ROFL.
But consider the possibility that his prominent lips are in itself a part of an elaborate disguise. What'd you forget? Oh, alright. You took your jacket and now you're leaving a jacket and a sweater. Oh, okay. Perfect. Bye. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make it an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone?
Presumably, as his colleague is going to be an awkward reunion loss.
Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth? I'm not speaking English.
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be.
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could be. My lord! The defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No. Please, no. Sorry,
John
dude.
C. and A.
Do 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 do. What is the true identity of the peddler who simply goes by gossip on the street? Sorry, Vigil.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil,
Lord,
isn't it?
please tackle this lip man.
No, I'd really rather not. I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who's Mr. Vigil? It's the name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, her name is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. I totally fucking called it and then I second-guessed myself. But of course on that night you were being held captive by the two red-headed leads. And that night you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testing because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venice, and Mr.
I didn't
Savage,
realize who he was for a long time, if it helps.
being important witnesses in the case, we needed to know if we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. What I'm talking about? Really? It's simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
I thought he was Virgil at first before realizing it was Big Lips Man.
Oh my god! Stop making the redheads commit crimes! Oui, my lord. Si, my lord! Aww. Ow. In before his lips didn't get torn off.
Oh, gross!
Yes.
Ah! No! Ah! Oh my god! I didn't need to see that. I really didn't need to see this man's lips actually fucking fall off. Oh my god. Oh my
Crazy,
god.
ain't it?
Okay. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Ah. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
I guess that's more names on the list of criminals.
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Aww. Poor Vigil. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before DeRosa and DeRossi in the park was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector with no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as a chief warder in Barclay Prison.
He looks so much classier this way.
So much classier. What on earth would you have been doing peddling tittle-tattle at Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, 'tis true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Aww. I keep pressing the wrong button. As you say, it was 10 years ago that my deployment at Barclay Chief Warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage, but times were hard in London and I found no such
Oh god,
suitable
Kazuma
engagement
is
at all.
going to be interrogating the shit out of this man.
In desperation, one day I turned my hand at selling wares at Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you're the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account under the name of Hugh Boone and rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning as a squalid peddler and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it.
He called her Mr. Incredible, you could say.
Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. And without wishing to sound too conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as a chief warder at the prison. Very true, to have kept your family in comfort by 10
Kazuma
years.
is really holding a ton of emotions. Vigil was the one in charge of ensuring the execution of Kazuma's dad.
What'd you do to get that money, Vigil? That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Oh yay! I get to do his voice one more time!
Now remember, Virgil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever.
I totally lost his voice.
Even if, well, I end up as a croaker.
I totally lost Gregson's voice. I haven't done it for so long.
In time, he started to bring papers
Wait,
with
how
him to
much
the
money
rooms
does
where-
Gregson have to support his family and Vigil's family?
Does Gregson have a family? I thought he was a bachelor.
It became something of a second office to him.
But also, if he's the yard's best inspector, I imagine they're paying him a fuck ton of money.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson on the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise and then went in as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck would give me away.
Gregson is secretly the richest man in London.
That would not shock me. In before Gregson got murdered because he's a fucking rich man.
I think he has a wife. Though, you may have a good point of being paid a shit ton of money.
I feel really bad for this guy. Well, it would seem that this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Same.
Ow. You moron! But no, that can't be. Stop doing that!
After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh, goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Fez, for proving it. So glad my dad isn't here to be like, what the fuck?
Vigil, that's not how you slam a desk. Take tips from Ryanaske.
These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. It's proven somewhat ironically by the defense.
It only gets crazier from here.
Examination. Well, I'm glad that you redheads. Oh shit! Is that who I think it was? Is that who I? Yeah! Ba, 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 da, ba. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? Nice! Go, Kazuma!
G2G for now. Take care.
Have a good day, James. It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. Oh. Answer me, man.
Again, another reason I love Kazuma. Even when he's winning, he's never finished. Never.
It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Inextricably linked. Thanks for using words I can't read, dick. Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma? Ah, my eye. You're not yourself. You're not as calm as collected as usual.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Ishori's last moments. His own father.
I know. I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asogi. Fuck.
Kazuma took lessons from Barack.
Do you genuinely believe that this question requires answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
Barack has a big-ass dictionary the size of Texas.
I see what you did there. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at prison 10 years ago. For some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment are extremely hazy.
That's so convenient. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry.
Well, 10 years ago was a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yes, you're right. And not only that,
Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
the human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up in protection, Dick.
Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
Oh god. Be right back. My phone's going off! To get to that point. I've returned. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, the fragile spirit may finally be crushed. Jesus, Kazuma, do you have to be so poetic? We're in court. We're not in a fucking poetry slam. But I really don't...
So, this would be what Black Cyclops looked like without the Magatama.
Yeah, I guess. I hate Black Cyclops for a couple of reasons.
Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it. The truth must not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another.
Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him, but should I?
Even if it means traumatizing this man.
So yeah, it's the fire notice, right?
Should I present evidence or not?
Do it.
I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
It's the dismissal note, right?
Let's traumatize a man.
Well, the only information I have on Vigil is the dismissal notice.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statements. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Well, yes.
In other words, you claim to have left the chief order of your own volition.
Yes, of course. Why?
Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on that notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? It's mine?
So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay.
No, there's been some kind of mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it?
Oh shit! If you were forcibly dismissed, then there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Oh no. I feel bad for this guy. We're torturing this poor man.
He's seeing stars.
According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you submitted was on 17th of June. It's 10 years ago, and on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison.
The 17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution?
Professor.
As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place. Oh. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later emerged from his grave. Hey, look, it's Drebber.
The convict came back to life.
In that cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
Mr. Inokjaba. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over the shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly.
I've only been streaming for 3 hours.
Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes.
Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June, 10 years ago, and now it is time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? His fingers are so polygonal, it's distracting!
Yes. Oh, prison. It was complete chaos. A prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What? What?
My hand, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness.
Oh, poor guy.
The papers. The reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
Maybe it's because we aren't seeing psyche locks, but I feel this works without the Magatama.
Yeah, no, I don't like the Cyclops or the Magatama or any of that. I like this game because it doesn't have any of that nonsense.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
Depths of conspiracy and depravity for which this magic is quite staggering. I've reviewed the police reports from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place.
Agreed. I didn't mind it personally, but I like it better without the Magatama. I thought Phoenix did better without it.
I think Phoenix just sucks in general. And the conclusion reached by the investigative team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting the prison warder abetted this man's bid in freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderous execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all's coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the executions, the detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
Jesus Christ, that man is huge.
He needed MIA to babysit him in Game 1 anyway, even before he got it.
I'm sorry, Daly, but this is serious business. I cannot help you, no. As chief warder, you are responsible for overseeing the execution after, right? Back off, fucker. Seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a wee word with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're about to attend in person. Is it just me, or is this guy's spinning getting faster?
And the next thing I knew...
Oh, it's definitely getting faster.
The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I finished my life. It's over.
He's trying to knock himself out by the looks of it.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky
Lord
depths
Phoenix
of
isn't
the
the best
past.
defense attorney, but he was better without that rock.
But
He
the
did go
miraculous
to
light
MIA a
that
lot,
had been
but that
trying
was a
to
matter
cut
of
through the
execution
gloom
that was the issue,
and
not
shine
turning
on
to
those
MIA.
tragic events
He did the same in the plays and live-action movie, but it worked.
was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
There goes fucking speech chat again. I want to keep going! I want to keep going! I'm gonna keep going. I have to. I have to keep going. I'm so intrigued. I have to know. I still can't quite believe what just happened.
I should bring a sledgehammer for the icon.
I know. I just inquired the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to a hospital for recovery.
Because I keep breaking the speech chat.
Right. "10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out the window of the prison governor's office." Oh, you know what? I theorized that that was what happened and just... Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out in the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I'll brew a fish pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh, thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back to the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave."
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of the Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what Early's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in the world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too, but he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about Early, after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
I don't know if you remember, but be sure you inspect Baroque's office when you meet with Kazuma again.
I will.
You know, I always hide Early's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
I don't make a plan for shit. Do I have to? Ugh. Fine.
So, how did it go in the courtroom this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing is increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody!
Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Cosima.
Yes, it's quite clear now. But Kazuma-sama is not himself.
Don't care.
The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was
Speaking
like
of
a
investigations,
bloodhound.
hear me out, Kazuma Asogi investigations. Capcom needs to do it.
The only reason it works for Edgeworth is because Edgeworth is like, I don't know, respectful but not in your face about it unless you act like a dumbass. And he doesn't make physical threats towards people. I don't know. Edgeworth just seems more proper than Kazuma. Whereas Kazuma will casually say, I'm gonna fucking strip you naked and shame you throughout the streets of London. Game of Thrones style. Edgeworth is more like, you know, for doing this, you yourself have dishonored yourself, you moron. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Cosmo and try to understand what he's going through.
Exactly.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
That is curious.
Exactly what? I'm confused.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord...
Wait, there are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zeeks though, aren't there?
Ah, do you mean...
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day?
Kazuma is exactly how he acted in the escapades. He shook his fist at Ryanosuke for forgetting his student pin. Did Ryanosuke forget that?
Yeah.
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the Inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was the notice board covered in all those particular papers? Papers about the
I mean,
cases
that's
were
why
shown
we
to the
need a
Reaper.
Kazuma Asogi investigations. He's not another Edgeworth.
But that's the thing, is like, that's what I mean, is investigations kind of only works with Edgeworth. Because Edgeworth's the only character I know of who's like, you're an idiot, but it's not because of me, it's because of you. And he's not really threatening about it, he's just matter of fact about it. Every other prosecutor I've ever seen is physically violent, even if they're not actually going to physically harm you. But Edgeworth's the only one who's like, you're just an idiot, and I'm gonna prove why.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements as of late.
I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Early?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in the possession of Mr.
That is true, though Kazuma isn't violent either. He does use his sword and has violent tendencies, but he has some serious self-control that it's almost incredible.
But that's what I mean, is by having that sword by his side and violent tendencies, he gives off a more threatening aura than the fucker in the cravat. It's easier for people to confess to someone who actually could harm you with a weapon at their side than it is to, like, confess to someone who you're pretty confident you could kick the ass of in a fight.
Establishing an alibi.
Oh no. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zeeks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try and find out what he knows.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit early yesterday?
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us.
Okay, I can see what you mean. Then, that would be a matter of who the opponent would be. In this 19th century London, you could have someone like the Chief Justice in Japan be Kazuma's Shilong Lang.
I guess. I think, and if you were going to have an Ace Attorney Chronicles investigations, the best character it could play as is probably Van Zeeks. Because as threatening of an aura he has, he's not trained in combat. That's Kazuma's deal. So, having Kazuma kind of around as like his Kay Faraday and having the two of them do investigations together would be kind of cool. Or, you know what would work, actually, is if instead of having one prosecutor, they could split the game into two and have some of the cases be Van Zeeks and some of the cases be Edgeworth. Do you know which one?
Ah, it's St. Sinas.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
But that's amazing, Bruno! You've already found the boss lady's husband!
Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Virgil was chief warder of the prison, he was responsible for
Baroque and Kazuma can be Edgeworth and Kay. I should make a poster of that.
I would commission the shit out of you doing that. Oh my god.
No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea. Aw, Iris. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the Professor and Inspector Gregson.
So, I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinas, then. Okay, great.
shit, he's been kidnapped!
The Great Ace Investigations.
I would play the shit out of that, I'm gonna be real. Why do we have to go to this place?
No, the Great London Investigations.
No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
Oh shit, I forgot this part.
On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Hey, Kazuma! Sup, fucker? Kazuma. Oh, he's sad.
He left without saying a word.
Hi, fucker. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I want Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it longer than necessary.
I have no issue with this. He's giving Strongheart the birdie and I love it.
Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds. 42, 43...
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let this man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. This guy looks like Larry, and it's bothering the fuck out of me.
Strong here just trying to speedrun life on his first run.
Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know.
Strongheart had no idea who he was allowing to prosecute ROFL.
'Twas 10 years ago in that fatal closed trial that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful!
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
That's fucked. Correct. It was an inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, or it was shown to have been an accident.
So he must have had solid alibis.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished under unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on Britain cannot be understood. That's why it's a closed trial. Precisely. Yeah, okay, dick. Dick cheese. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
So the last one was the Professor's?
The trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct.
It's dark, hang on.
Actually, we heard that originally
you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him. that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man Van Zieks has condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say that what goes around comes around. Caramel is a bitch. Sorry, I mean Karma.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Plot twist, the Reaper is Vigil. I'm kidding.
Kazuma is?
I like my... Whoa, voice crack. I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact
Caramel
manner
is a bitch.
that I prescribe. As with the giant plot here, I won't tolerate a single cog out of step with the others.
Ah, so that's what all the gears are about in here.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
Not something which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
I'm still convinced that Kazuma didn't write the Von Karma teachings.
Yeah, actually, very, very convinced. In fact, the further I go into this, the less I think they're related, because Kazuma actually gives a shit about the truth, and the Karmas only give a shit about guilty verdicts. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I have been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. And I hold you entirely responsible, even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go! You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you!
Fuck yeah. Thanks, dude.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
No.
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but
I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. No, I want to go see Van Zieks first. Is he reading another letter from Albert? Because if he is, I'm gonna scream. Oh no, he's reading a book this time.
Local prison, cell 1.
Look at his fucking boots!
Lord Van Zieks is reading, look.
What, is he a fucking animal in a zoo?
He doesn't see me wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that hair, surely. He's ignoring us. What a bitch. Oh, here he comes. Hey, fucker. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyers trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Nice! That's progress! I'll take it! I'll take it, Van Zieks! Nice! You're becoming unracist! Good job, buddy! Good job, dude! We'll make a respectable fucker out of you yet!
Oh, I thought we lived over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. Nice, good job, dude. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, Well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, the prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. Sardonic, don't you think, for a man such as me so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of you two? It's got a point. I suppose it's retribution for having played
True,
the part
though
of the Reaper
Kazuma is a
all these years.
perfectionist. Just change the definition of perfection, and it can somewhat match. Like imagine if perfection was defined focusing on your achievements and that if you do everything perfectly then you'd find the truth by default.
Yep, I literally, in advance, I knew you were gonna do that. Oh, good. I knew you were gonna... Then, over time, it was changed by someone with a godlike mentality. I guess? Sup, fucker? Let's do this. Look at his blue-ass eyes. The Reaper's identity. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet...
I need my sledgehammer.
Playing benefits cause I myself am committed to pursuing. Then why would I choose to say anything? But henchmen of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was for the most recent. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence. All about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
Ah, it's a whole organization.
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reapers always appeared to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in the Reapers organization. Tobias Gregson.
So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member in that organization.
Anytime someone says inconceivable, I just think about the Princess Bride scene.
Whenever anyone says inconceivable, I think of Professor Layton.
I don't believe it.
Are you saying that Gregson, he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where
Mr. Virgil came in, posing as a prosecutor. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. Well, we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You what? Oh, if he says Asa Shin, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Or if I can name the woman. It's totally Asa Shin, isn't it? She's a young woman by the name of... Fucking bastard! Wait, what? Shin?
Miss Asa Shin. The true name of the terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Mr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Oh my god, just tell her! I'm so sick of this. We shouldn't tell her. She doesn't know. She's only 10. She wouldn't get it. Fuck you! Tell the child! She's waiting for her dad to come home. You need to tell her that's not gonna happen.
Asa Shin.
I should let my father know at once. Yes, I agree. I don't. Fucker's been real secretive.
The child makes grenade launchers. She's a smart kid, she can handle it.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asugi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance and very deep reminded me of his father, Genshin Ishogi, the professor. It is true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing the common man's pawns in politics, in economic and war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British wouldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that is precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nibonese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? So you're mad at him despite he saved your life because he killed someone else? You're a dick. 10 years ago, on a foggy night, just to be the professor's final strike, I had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down the street at a late hour. Of course, at the point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden,
It's because Genshin killed his brother, yet saved him. It conflicts him.
aww. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobble street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. With what, his hand? Fuck that guy. That guy has skin of iron. 2 days later, they arrested him. on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held
Much in the
such
same
high
way,
regard.
Kazuma is conflicted. Baroque sent his father to the gallows, yet it was Baroque that took him under his wing when he had no memory or place to live.
Okay, but in Barrack's defense, Kazuma's dad did murder some fuckers.
That is the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Norohodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information.
Oh, I know, I was just pointing out the parallel.
Sorry, I'm just staring at this fucking vampire man.
Yeah, I know. Let's go there.
I'm very intentionally avoiding going to see Kazuma just to piss off young bounty girl. 2nd November, Great Waterloo Hotel. Foyer.
I thought yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too.
My tea is a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room there, though, won't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Hi.
Ah, Father!
Oh, is that your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventure of Herlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir.
I'd likely be on horny mode when meeting Kazuma. Also, Kazuma is much nicer to Ryanosuke outside of court.
Well, he fucking better be.
Susie's been such a wonderful friend over the last year, you know?
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say, I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Norohodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after it twisted some arms. I must say, it was truly an exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Though I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi.
Kazuma is the same guy from the first game. The one saying Kazuma has changed is Ryanosuke and Susato, who have worshipped the man for God knows how long.
It's very kind of you to say so. It's really nice to hear. Which I saw in court today. Confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favour I mentioned yesterday, Norohodo. I trust you haven't forgotten? Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku's gone to.
Ah, my eye. Fuck. Ow. Ah. Shit. Alright, we're good. Sorry. I just was like, hey, I'm dry. Close me.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper
What
of the
happened to your eye?
It just dried out a little. I'm fine. I've heard rumors.
Also, there's a reason the story isn't allowing Iris to know what happened to her father. It's not what you think. That's all I will say. There's more that not even we know.
You really don't need to say these things. Just... now I have more to think about when it comes to that. Like, that's not relevant right now. I'm mostly just fucking pissed because at the time it's like, dude, shut the fuck up and let her know. Of course, when I was visiting the student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting student was already returned home.
Lord Van Zix, who's at the dock today. It was Barrett, the younger brother of Clint Van Zix, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, so you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here?
Exactly.
Somebody by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for the killing of my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed.
Professor Mikitoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now.
Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh my fucking god! Oh, I'm so sick of this shit. Just tell her. Worst case scenario, she'll just be upset. Like, oh my god, how long do you intend to keep this from her? Her dad's been dead for over a year now. She deserves to fucking know.
I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of blue. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
Oh yes. You just try to leave me behind.
Ugh. Really? So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. The name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know, that's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to that man for all the kindness he showed me during my time here in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yumei University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? If Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not, but I think we can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably not best to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie?
Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? I really hate this man's beard. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, you'll have to go and explore the Great Exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself.
Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial.
The closed trial of Kazuma's father.
Seshiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oops!
Am I?
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged. Oh, dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking of Seshiro, I have this photograph we all took together here yesterday, please.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
Those are not the clothes I was wearing yesterday. None of us had any idea where we were coming when we took that, did we?
It seems everyone in law has a temper tantrum problem.
I guess so. Alright, the favor. So you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Oops. Well, this is faithful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. You sure about that? When it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What?
Father? What's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to the defense. The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today...
Is Ryan Escape to be his MIA?
I guess. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man for our country needs.
So, you leaving then, Bruno?
What am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with this situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. Fuck this guy!
I guess since Kazuma is going off to become a prosecutor, Mikotoba's taking Ryan Escape instead.
This one will do, huh? I'm in the budget for a new one. Yeah, no, fuck this guy. I'm not leaving for no fucking reason. Well, if you'll excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and Japanese police with this information about our Shin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good, and please do come by Baker Street sometime, won't you? I'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? No, I won't. Fuck you. Fuck you. Perish the thought. I'm staying in London, you dick.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Asa-shin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Oh, hi.
Ali, where have you been?
Why, I joined you for all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. Hi, Dad.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter.
And Harlock comes the fuck out of nowhere.
Anyway, more pressing concern, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? To tell them. Tell me, whom can I entrust to the task? Tell me, who? Oh, thank you.
Well...
I have one of these now because I need more fiber. I see. Well, he looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
Maybe he's also Shigoku. You're being very suspicious.
Why does every judge have to have a beard, unless they're women?
I'll leave the sending of this to your hands then, my dear fellows. And he's gone!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? Quite a pace.
And he left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
Of course he did. What a dick. Grover! That is a huge monitor! Alright.
Harlock comes and goes like a ghost.
And there was me left thinking of a way to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill.
Alright, great, let's go.
Please see Kazuma. I want my Kazi.
I want to know how Mr. Vigil is doing first. There he is.
just missed him.
Aw.
But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in.
Well, Kazuma is mentioned. I miss Kazuma even if it's only been a couple of minutes.
He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but...
It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me, I swear it. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... If possible, could you tell us exactly what happened?
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
Oh, poor guy.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special investigation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard didn't know about.
Details of the Reaper's marks, yes.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You pretended to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf?
No, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation, as... All I would do is go out to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
The governor that fired Vigil is a piece of shit.
So, what were you doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the investigators' identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
Yes.
So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
That's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
At midnight on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for execution.
But the professor's execution never truly took place, did it?
Or rather...
Everyone knows you should flash your badge, not your identification around XD.
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went out or into the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed into, correct? Sorry, my hand is itchy. Yes. When the execution took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for the word that the condemned victim was dead. On that occasion, once I had confirmation, I went to the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. That procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having managed to escape his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened at Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things.
I guess someone else beat Kazuma to dig his father out of his grave.
Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Ashogi? Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After the trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended by only the elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out to the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. When I was the chief warder, I oversaw his stay at the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was the killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. There's 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Were you really responsible? The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise.
Guilty.
That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into his Sogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament, then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man with a to pen his will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He was allowed to keep his things? That's unusual, certainly. No, Kristoff does the same thing.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan.
That's so dumb. You murdered people, but we want you to be comfortable in our country.
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
Why?
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and the short of
Probably
it.
back then it was unusual.
I've no idea why he obtained the paper. Any writing material would have been confiscated from him upon incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and he pleaded with me.
What did you just hide behind your back?
But you know it's against the rules.
Alright then, but what's on that paper? Okay. How can a will be a weapon? Well, you know what they say, where there's a will, there's a way. So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing and let him keep his will.
Mystery.
Oh, hey, James, what's up?
But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that this isn't the end of the story for this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will,
But somehow it disappeared.
it was after Asogi's execution. The one
Well,
warders-
I mean a will is to be placed in effect after the death of someone.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. Poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can I have disappeared completely? That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we've understood that only Mr. Vigil is aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know where to look for it?
Oh yes, you're right!
I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers.
The Asogi Papers?
I really can't tell you anything of subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. And the suicide.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's
Talk about a man of constant sorrow. Sad
really
face.
little more I could tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I hope I don't appear rude, but...
No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offence, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Before you go, there's just one more thing. Oh, yes? What is it?
The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the thing I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason.
The conditions for a will to be effective were back then. I know today you can pen your own will, but it has to be signed by 2 witnesses and a notary.
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anything you might know about the document Kazuma's father left behind...
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor.
Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Alright, to Barclay we go. God. Vigil breaks my heart. Characters like Vigil, oh man, that poor guy just got screwed. Oops.
Please see Kazuma.
I'm very intentionally being such a tease right now. 2nd of November, Barclay Prison Governor's Office. Sup, you fucker. Oi, back again, are ya? Yes, hello. I heard all about your investigation. I read the report just now. You found me, Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie don't work here no more. So your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get up the wrong day about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, Kinner. You're very keen as well. Oh, how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. As hard as iron, too.
So, what brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's called the Asogi Papers or something. Did I not say Gregson's death is not to do with the things that happen at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not futter about with the irrelevant details. His expression changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Bastard. Fuck you. God, the music in this game is so good. The murderer's botched execution, and the
This
woman's
would be a great
escape.
time to have a Magatama.
We were just talking about how we hate... I was just talking about how I hate the Magatama. They were Barclay's darkest hour, eh? The shock and embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man at his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in the charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal was saying wouldn't I say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
When Mr. Vard...
I was mentioning how Phoenix did better without the Magatama.
And I was mentioning how I just don't like the spirit channeling stuff in general.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out the office window, didn't he?
I didn't like to say, but it's just like Vigil to try and get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't I say otherwise, would you, though?
Of course, I can I shun the responsibility myself. I shouldn't I let him deceive me? Actually, there's barely anyone who can what went on at the time now. I hate your Caden, you suck! With Gregson and been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors?
Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed it.
And I wouldn't dream of sending you back without no kimmer. Hey, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become a Namek.
If there's anybody who might want to know, who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensic division, Maria Gorey. Maria Gorey? Aye, Scythe's daughter.
I'll be honest, I like the idea of Maya accidentally summoning Ryanosuke right before Phoenix's trial and both become the sweating deer in headlights duo ROFL.
I'd be down for that.
Oh, Maria Gorey.
She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee Burns followed the man's in her mam's footsteps. You didn't ever see without her scalpel in her hand. Ah! Is this the Raven check?
Yo, I would play the
Nice.
hell out of that trial.
Mama, what's this?
Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do well with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Hey, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't keep the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mum's work with the bodies of folks who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I understand it myself. I hate you, Kane.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
No, I think it's just a fascination with the dead. Perhaps. Anywho, she's in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for the incomplete report.
I'm glad I brought out the idea. Ryan Escape should be the one summoned instead of MIA and not knowing what's going on ROFL.
There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
I doubt it. I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gory about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business.
A young bounty girl in Phoenix would have to explain all the new technological innovations. I can see that being a hilarious trial.
Sorry, that's just reminding me of the stupid horse, the MLP Phoenix Wright crossover, where it's just Phoenix desperately trying to get an understanding of how the horse world physics works.
Can you not get up on this laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for anyone. Can you not just stay away now? Just leave. Me alone and then I come back here, eh?
Turnabout Storm was so fun.
Oh, did you watch it? How'd you know to come about that laddie? There's no manly folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Oh, well, I can't tell most of it you told me.
An ace attorney does not simply just stay away.
I'm afraid all sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually the last will and testament.
Trixie was so good for the whole thing.
Let him know the Juno 30, yeah? That would be funny. Maybe Phoenix would explain to Ryan Escape how the toilet works.
She's my favorite.
You know, the toilets have existed since, like, Shakespearean era. They just got more advanced. Yeah. The credit for inventing the flush toilet goes to Sir John Harrington, godson of Elizabeth I, who invented a water closet with a raised cistern and a small downpipe which ran the flush to waste in 1592. If this game takes place in the 1800s, there's no need for that.
Yeah, but they work differently. That's why it would be funny.
Potty humor. Poop jokes are the lowest form of comedy.
Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Evers, no, you're off the cook there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we had elsewhere.
Yes, but these are historically significant poop jokes, therefore they have slightly more class.
You know, sometimes my stream feels like I'm
Not
babysitting
much
a bunch
more,
of children.
mind you. Ryan Escape thinks toilet scum is caused by demons in young bounty girl's headcanon. JSYK.
Let him know the Juno 30 lol exactly.
I mean, we do call this the daycare.
These the
The
Asogi
Asogi Papers sounds like a detective show, honestly.
Aye, of course they are. Written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There is no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the fuck you. We set a man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. Okay, I gotta read
Asogi
this.
Papers sounds like the 19th century updated autopsy report.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? Those papers are not to do with it, Gregson's death. I'd prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside the office. Or rather, I would now just prefer it, consider it's an order from the highest level of our government. Oh, shut the hell up. I understand. You're a bastard. Yeah, we're done in here for now, right? Are we done in the prison for now? Do we have anything else to add?
You haven't even seen Caden at his worst yet, sadly.
I just don't want to read his stupid accent anymore.
Everything is being ordered to be kept secret by the highest government. Meanwhile, Kazuma is defying the government like a badass.
I wouldn't call that badass. I'd call that annoying after a point, and also illegal. Like, Kazuma should be going to a federal prison. Do we have
Not to mention Barack.
Do I have nothing else to say to the governor? I'm confused. My hair's being all itchy. Doesn't look like there's anything left, so I guess it's time to finally go to the prosecutor's office. I've been told to investigate everything.
He's a dicks.
So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Not for long, you dick.
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style in the corner.
Why? Yes.
Kazuma. Kazuma's like, the fuck are you doing here? Get out. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Rinosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry. That you have all the markings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for one second that it would be a prosecutor.
Oh no, Kazuma is glad Ryunosuke's there.
Dude, just pick a stupid sword! I'm really tired all of a sudden.
Can we hear his actual theme again, though?
Ryan could just waltz into Kazuma's office and he'd be like, want some coffee, through? You do hear Kazuma's original theme.
I want to hear it, like, now. As much as I like his prosecutor theme. Oh yeah, you told me I should investigate this room. I should probably do that, shouldn't I?
Yes, please.
Sorry, you're not important to me right now. Alright, first things first, chess.
I just realized all three of them are all gussied up in British attire right now.
I guess Lord Van Zeek's incredibly stylish at his desk. It's not my style, though.
Look how fucking bored he looks!
No, I noticed you were working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Caesar style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set by Lord Van Zeek's when I first saw it. If I find it most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple minutes of sitting with my legs folded onto me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate.
He had that expression before when Ryan kept apologized to him. X.
We both know you can't even manage a minute!
You dick. Alright, I gotta know what he has to say about this shit.
Lord Van Zeek's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents.
If only he was picking his ear with the other hand, we'd have a Ryuji sprite that looks just like him.
I also am more comfortable sitting that way too.
Sitting Caesar style? Are you insane? I can't do that. I mean, I can, I just don't want to. Gosh, you must really have a really tough time of being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all. He refuses to let anyone else touch any of it.
Squatting on a chair.
Sorry, I love this expression he's making. This is the best pick. Like, he's just like, I'm so done with your bullshit.
Yes, that style.
It's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird.
A little bit weird, just a little bit.
What the scale model of the crime scene. Oh yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution always make a model of these scenes for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. To be honest, you enjoyed making that.
I'm sure he did. Fucking nerd. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Oh my god, you haven't figured it out? It's Clint.
Why would I?
What? But you're Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend.
Edgeworth has his chess and Kazuma has his dolls.
And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Oh, really? I mean, it's not that smallest picture. I wouldn't have in the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Why? You've literally roomed here for like 6 months, dude. 3 months, whatever. Same thing.
There's the bats fucking again.
I'm gonna touch the bats. Gah. You disturbed the bats, didn't you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeek's, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've
yes, but
seen
Kazuma
them.
couldn't speak.
She touched the bats.
I think I've seen things flying around in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you'd like to have birds to attain the rank of judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Aww.
Finding Nemo reference there, in case you're wondering.
Casks floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavour, and region. Every week they're all taken out and put back in order. Why? Lord Van Zeek's can't seem to settle on the perfect way to arrange these. Vintage, flavour, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? Sorry, it's just... I need to make that face my profile picture on, like, fucking, I don't know, Twitter. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court, then. Ah, so good. Is that everything? That was fun. I'm glad you told me to investigate. That was fun. Actually, can I present... I have to do this. Oops. I have to do this. Kazuma, this is your armband. Not anymore. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry. You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known you would. And now you've chosen to walk that path in life.
Lex attorney banned to show dominance.
As your friend, I couldn't be happier than for you, or more proud.
Kazuma, so you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. The armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you,
I'd
my
watch
friend.
Kazuma placing barrels in order every week. He's strong and buff.
Jesus Christ. I'm into twinks like Hairbrain. Right now we continue to talk. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sound, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. That would be terrifying. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose.
I'm into strong nerds.
That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I eventually arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity of purpose is showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved to get there at this point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Ziek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, actually. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. Oh god, ew. That was the second of my feather in my cap appeared. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about the Easterner with an intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. I don't think it was Drebber that got it. I think it was seeing his dad's face. Ever since I first met you in New May, you talked about your dream. Oh, his hair is considerably longer now than it used to be. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Aw, look at baby Kazuma! It's my last memory of him, but what I remember most about my father is...
You've got to admit there's more to work with Amnesia Kazuma than Amnesia K and especially Amnesia Phoenix. Kazuma was stuck homeless in Hong Kong as a cargo carrier, got his ass in London and worked under Van Zieks for 3 months.
I just don't like Amnesia, period. I wish games and media in general would not go to Amnesia unless it's a thing of, like, they can't get their memory back. Like, if you ripped out that part of your brain, basically. I'm okay with it if it's a thing of literally you're starting completely from scratch. But people don't do that. Ever. People always are like, you forget things for now. It's like in your subconscious, but you know, it's all in the back of your head and you can pull at it. Like, you know you're a lawyer and you know you have to get to London. It's like, that's not how Amnesia works. And if you're gonna go with Amnesia, you're gonna go all the fucking way, okay?
There's an idea.
Rip their brain out.
But like regaining memory from amnesia is a dumb plot device.
They do it in everything. It was Professor Mikitoba, your father, Susato-san. Am I? Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. Well, I would hope so. The professor was your dad. He even helped to fund my university education at UMay. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then, one day, a letter arrived from our house.
It can work. At the very least, they did get it out of the way quickly. You only know the results and struggles afterwards.
But it's still 6 months living with amnesia that just... This is going to be the most controversial thing, but if you kill off a character and they have amnesia, it is the laziest plot device of all time. I think I would have preferred it if he didn't have amnesia and he was hiding his identity because he didn't know who tried to kill him. Like, he didn't know it was an accident caused by the Russian ballet dancer, so he genuinely was hiding his identity, thinking that somebody from London was trying to kill him, And then when it was revealed, like, no, nobody has it out for him, and Ryunosuke is there, and, you know, he's also investigating Genshin now, like, that's when Kazuma would be like, I'm here! I don't know. I hate amnesia as a trope.
What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the letter cursed the Asogi, and the writer cursed the Asogi's name. As a result of that letter...
That settles it. We need to work on a story plot together sometime.
Oh, you... Friend. Oh, friend. Oh, friend. Oh, friend, are you opening up the floodgates? Oh, buddy. Oh, dude, guy, friend, buddy, friend, pal, friend, chum, brother, amigo, pal, friend, buddy, chum, chum, friend. Are you opening those floodgates? Because I would love to do that. Come at me, bro. I would love to do that. Oh, now I'm all jazzed up. Woo!
Lush XD.
I love writing stories and characters and shit. I'm writing an anthology right now.
Is he in the RP Discord?
So would I.
No, he's not in the RP Discord, but I can absolutely invite him. Or you can. I think you can DM him. I don't think James is, like, private.
Presumably the letter was sent from a relative of the victim, whoever this was. Been a member of the judiciary who had been present at the closed trial.
Oh, ha! That totally means Beric Van Zeek sent a letter as a petty-ass letter to Kazuma.
That'd be awesome. Thanks.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth couldn't be a bad resentment and was going to be a problem.
I know who it was. God, it was totally Beric.
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter, which was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of...
I don't think he did shit out of consideration for your feelings. Oh my god, Kazuma's an orphan who had amnesia and has to fulfill some great purpose. Man's a walking cliche.
He's a cliche with attitude, at least.
That's true. He's a cliche with a little bit of his own personality. I just hope that they don't add another cliche to him. Because, I like him enough. He's cool in court. He doesn't attack me like every other prosecutor, but, you know, it's kind of hard to like somebody like this.
What we learned in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew?
I'm more of the type that takes bad ideas and executes it better. With Kazuma amnesia, because we don't know the struggles or what Kazuma went through, in fact Ryunosuke and Susato hardly did anything to bring Kazuma's memories back. You can
write those struggles that are... You can write what those struggles are. That is creative. That is not a sentence. Cliches can work out so long as you're creative about it. It's still a cliche. That's my thing, is I try to... If you're gonna work with a cliche, you have to make it original to a point. That's why I don't like the idea of someone with amnesia just having something in, like a voice in their subconscious being like,
this is what you're supposed to do.
you know? You're a dick. You're a dick, Kazuma. But I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent to his grave. You know, Kazuma, your dad's a murderer. There were multiple people who were murdered by your dad. Barrick is literally not to blame for that. Your dad murdered 5 people. Like, shut up, you dick. Shut the hell up. Kazuma, on the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Okay. Kazuma, honey, sweetie, baby, friend guy, dude, bread slice. The Reaper only attacks those who are guilty and get away with it, or people who are not or people who are guilty and don't get away with it. The Reaper does not attack innocents.
It does sound mostly like petty revenge is his motive.
That's what I meant. Like, take a cliche and do something creative with it. Like, don't make it feel the same shit we've seen 1,000 times. Even a reverse cliche is doing something creative with a cliche.
But that's what I mean, is it doesn't feel like they did anything creative with Kazuma's amnesia. They're just like, oh, he's had amnesia for 6 months and worked on a boat for 3 months and then got to live in London for 3 months and now he's got his memory back. It's like, whatever. It's like, the worst part about the Professor oh, wait. Dev, if you're here, you're gonna want to mute the chat for a bit. I'm gonna give you like 10 seconds to mute. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so the worst part about Professor Layton and the Miracle Mask is the fact that
Oki muted.
Is the fact that Randall, the big main villain, had amnesia and was therefore manipulated by Descole. Like, that's the worst part about the Miracle Mask.
Get someone to add me on Discord when you done.
Like, kid fell from a 100-foot fall, got amnesia, lived by himself in some weird village for, I don't know, fucking 10 years, I think it was. And then Descole sends him letters and his amnesia gets brought back.
And also make sure to check Meme's channel after the stream.
Oh, you know I gotta do that right now. Like, that's the worst part about it.
Made it back alive. Where are we?
Oh, we're done with the redheads. Are we done with this? Do we have anything else to say to this bitch? Can we present shit to him? I guess we can present the Asogi papers.
KNILEF, welcome back to the daycare, my friend.
Josh, I'm babysitting a bunch of people.
And to top it off, we can guess who the masked gentleman pretty darn easily.
Well, yeah, as soon as you find out who he is, as soon as you find out who the dead man is, like who fucking Randall is, your immediate guess is like, oh, so the masked man's probably Randall. It's like, it's so obvious. I love that game, but it's so cliche.
Babysitting.
Everyone was making a bunch of poop jokes, and I called them basic. Oh no, Nye clipped me making a threat of violence. Alright, I'm gonna check the memes thing. Oh, ew, ew, ew! Ha! Sorry, go into the memes channel of the Eevee Breeder community. That's a great image. I'm saving that. Ryunosuke.
honestly. How can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about the Asogi papers. You disgust me. God damn, that's a great image!
I looked at the picture. 8.
That's a really great fucking edit. That's a really good edit.
Are you done with the spoiler?
I can't even.
Yeah, I'm done with Professor Layton. I can discuss it in DMs later. Somebody at Jared.
Don't you good?
I can't fucking... I'm dying, guys.
A clueless Russian spy, yeah.
Oh my god. Somebody add him on Discord. He's more likely to see it there.
Okay, we done spoiling
Oh,
now.
never mind, he's here. Yeah, we're done. I'm just laughing my ass off at that really Seeks picture. Oh, Jesus
A Gerald _ Mountain Dew, yeah.
Yeah, I just had it muted.
Okay.
The thing is, we don't know anything about Kazuma's amnesia or struggles. We just have him have amnesia and that's it. We don't even know the struggles until after he gets his memories back. It's like you get the blueprints and we are to fill them in.
What's so funny about the pic? It's the fucking hair. You picked that hair on purpose, you dick. Oh, I love it so much. That's the best picture I've ever seen.
Oh, you saw memes.
Yeah.
I sledgehammered the chat again.
Yes. So, I guess there's nothing I can present to this guy anymore. Alright, well, are we done here? No, we're not. Well, I have to present something, but what do I have to present?
I thought you were referring to the painting in the back.
No. Oh god. Oh god. Oh.
Present the armband in case he didn't know you were a lawyer.
No, you have to present the autopsy report.
Oh, the autopsy. Okay. Where is it? I'll be right back, actually. I really have to pee.
This came up from a child, didn't it?
She did that already. The armband I mena. Damn, I always miss the best bits.
At KNILEF she also inspected the office. They had funny lines. Well, if you check clips, there is a good bit.
I love how we keep laughing for unexpected reasons here. X.
To me that well, something occurred to me and I totally forgot. This came up in the trial, didn't it? Something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded in Mr. Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion that you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering what the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence in the scene both point to it. But to be honest,
that took me by surprise, too.
So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name, Dr. Gorey.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Cousin Sam, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Nogate Cemetery. Nogate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean? You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. Ah, nice. The Nocturne theme! You safeguarded these so...
At least Kazuma keeps Ryunosuke updated on the autopsy report.
Well, it's a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. The only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Karuma is said to have been forged by a masked swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Isugi clan's honor and might. Apparently one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma, it does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was visiting a student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by his side again too. And that is all thanks to you. Aww. It was an honor. Do-do-do, I like the Nocturne theme, but I want to hear the other one. I have to make preparations for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened, but the fact is those events and this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. The man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know what you'll do, but you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then. The Old Bailey.
MMMMMMMMMGULP.
Nah. I could kick this man's face in. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Let's just kick him in. Oops. Pressed the wrong button. Oh my god!
The TTS was so aggressive with those M's. This lovely place again. And KNILEF agreed.
I love this. This is great.
I wouldn't mind Kazuma kicking my ass, because I know it wouldn't be literally.
That is so cool looking. Dude. Look at her freaking desk. Hell yeah. It's just a knife being sharpened. Chill the hell out. Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly clean edge on them.
Right.
Yeah, it's cute.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts.
Imagine seeing that while trick-or-treating.
Would you like a demonstration?
Oh, yes, please, I'd love to see.
Then I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No. I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... God, I'm in love with this woman. We actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
Make her stop. Pipe.
You're not dead yet.
What?
At him nobody you know 30. I personally prefer Van Zeke's office when trick-or-treating.
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being, anyway.
For the time being, you mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. About this photograph, Dr. Gorey.
Who's that?
Sorry? It's Inspector Gregson, of course, the victim in this case.
Ah, I see. I don't remember the faces. Internal organs, muscle tissue, bullet trauma. Those are the things I remember.
Well, please do try to also remember that I don't want to know anything about all of that. Could I ask your opinion about this?
Don't forget, you're responsible for putting my mama in jail. Why should I help you?
Dr. Gorey, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good, sorry.
His skin didn't snag on my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded the time of death.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please tell us what happened.
Oh, she's so creepy. I love it.
You need a minute, boss.
So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's
Here we
time
go
of death
again,
then?
X.
It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Mail Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshots and other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died on 5 p.m. at the 1st of November when the gunshot was heard.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gorey, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother.
We've got the gay panic and the straight panic here, Yuck.
Give it here then.
You know, a straight panic is when a gay person falls in love with a person of the opposite sex, and a gay panic is when a straight person falls in love with someone in the same sex.
I failed to correct this earlier, but I feel like I should correct it now before you say it wrong again. Just because if anyone should correct you, it's me, because I'm the one who said the wrong thing, and I feel like I should fix my mistake.
Give it here then.
What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What? What's she written? Tell us!
Indeterminate.
Okay, then straight crazy lol.
That's fair.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean the time of death was indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. The time of death could easily have been coincided with the gunshot heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, she presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes, what are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? No, not really.
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
then only the fish would have started to rot.
It's possible, actually.
No, because the time of death is not actually possible to record accurately unless it's an execution. If it's a murder, it's not possible to do that. And I know that, again, from a law class I actually took.
With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if a body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely... to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator.
I hate how she tilts her head like Hyoko Seonji. X.
Do not put gory in the same category as that she-demon. Do. Sorry. I couldn't realize what I was trying to say until I started singing it.
And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device.
No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory or some other special place.
I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow.
I don't know why I brought that up either. Shrug.
Everyone hates Hyoko.
Might have been the actual cause of death. I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Naruhodo.
That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before the investor's body was discovered at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerator that size in the vicinity.
Oh yes, one other thing. It's something of the governor's Barclay prison told us. Aw, fuck. Damn it, really? Hang on, I'm checking something very important right now. Yeah, okay, no. I don't want to break my own rules. If she was older, I would ship her with someone, but she's not old enough, and it would be weird, so I'm not going to. It's something to do with the governor that Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well.
What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks. The professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on the member of unthinkable back then, but the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized.
Get it with Gina. There are people that ship Maria with Gina.
How old's Gina?
Wait. No, I was gonna... No, 17, 18. No, that's a perfect age.
I don't, by the way.
ISNT Gina 16.
Yeah, no, I don't ship them, but, like, their age wouldn't be the reason why.
Gina's also a kid, so that's pretty weird.
Gina is 18, I think.
Oh.
Gina and Gory are both kids, so the problem isn't there. No. The problem I was gonna ship was, the reason I wasn't gonna ship them was, the one I was gonna ship her with was gonna be Albert, and then I found out that there's almost a 12-year, there's a more than a 12, there's, what is it, 14-year age difference? Yeah, nah, dog. That's a no for me, dog.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for the historic event.
What does all that mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. Professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final
that would be
moments.
super weird even for me.
Yeah, that's why I don't ship it. I just had to double check.
So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. I love her.
The professor's execution was Mama's first case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison Execution Chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
The characters have to have some form of chemistry. Kazuma and Barak have history and chemistry.
All the ladies in this game are charming in their own way. X.
That's for me personally.
Well, I agree to a point. Most characters I ship need to have chemistry. In fact, most characters I ship do have chemistry. But there are a couple of ships that I'm like, they don't have chemistry, but I ship it anyways. Like Kristoff and Dahlia.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death in this autopsy report?
Albaro has better chemistry than Baroasso Imo.
Albaro is just my shit. I ship that to the day I die. It's so freaking wholesome. But that's because Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there was a powerful, obvious forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without lots of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison
At
governor
Gerald
must have been
_Mountain
east on
Dew, I
it as well.
disagree. Both have just as much chemistry in different ways.
Yeah, well, he's a lying bastard.
Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? God, I love her. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks.
It was at at the time when carrying out an autopsy of murder was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the prosecutor and the final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the prosecutor was John H. Wilson.
That's right, my daddy!
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from Far East.
Mr. Mikitoba. A visiting student?
Must have been my father, Eugen Mikitoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikitoba had been involved in something so important. Seems like Mikitoba is involved in everything.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture.
Look at... She's so cute! Oh, she's so sweet and wholesome and smiley and good, and I love her. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Ishogi as the infamous Mads murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence?
You haven't seen nothing yet?
Girl,
And holding a knife.
And holding it. That's what makes her so much cuter. She's holding what's basically a meat cleaver for autopsy reporters. That's not the word. Coroners. That's the word. Guys, I swear I speak the English language. Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be alright?
At him over, do you know 30 Kazuma holds 2 swords and I have the hots for him?
What's the point in keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with other records from the last decade.
Thank you! Let's see, Van Zeeks. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruto?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks.
There must be.
At young bounty girl, he doesn't look like a corpse, though.
She doesn't look like a corpse. Her hair is too gorgeous to be a corpse. Perhaps someone took them away?
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh! That's a creepy face. I'm screen capping that. That's gonna be my profile picture.
Just 2 years ago now. A consulting detective came one day and said that he'd like to see the records.
No, you don't mean...
Herlock Shelms was his name.
Oh,
do you know
for
30
God's sake.
cities Barak and I find him hot too. Just not as hot as Kazuma.
Someone needs to spray this woman with holy water.
Do you think he stole the records?
Oh, Sholmes, come on, you dick. Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
A young
Iris?
bounty girl, fair enough.
Of course Iris isn't going to say anything. Because, you know. God, you're so pretty.
You know. I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to leave to you now.
Oh, okay.
Well, we'll come to you then.
No, there's no need. You and Reno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck.
And she's gone.
Wait a minute, little girl. I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Time to dispose of the link between Herlock and the case.
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? you were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, I've got a mustache.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up pots when
Children
you get
ought
home.
never to be described as living specimens.
Technically, everything is a living specimen as long as it's not dead. Including children. She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Oh, she totally helped steal the documents. What a piece of crap. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. I like her.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer if you were ready for dissection.
This woman has her priorities straight and I adore her.
I wonder why.
I can't make any promises, sorry.
I just like the implication that she is fully expecting to meet someone who she saw was previously dead.
That would be great. She wants the zombie apocalypse. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Have a good day, Miss Gory. Game. Okay, so it wants me to go to Fresno. And that's it. Okay, to Fresno.
I love Naruhodo's responses to her creepy threats.
Just feel free to interrupt me whenever.
I like to imagine Gregson telling her, so you liked slicking up my corpse, did you?
So you like slicing up my corpse, did you?
Oh, Gregson. I remember you from a year ago.
I did have an idea for a fan FIC of the zombie apocalypse in the Great Ace Attorney.
It's great to see you again, though I do wish you were more like you were before.
The police are still busily investigating here then.
Ryan Askey acts as a fun straightman to literally every strange character in every single chapter. Not bad, X.
Thank you.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it's been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. I would hope so.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
I'm not waiting for anything, actually. I see it. There's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Yeah. Duh. We're gonna be doing that. Let's do it.
Is Gina still going to Paris later?
If KNILEF
Excuse me.
is not Ryan Askey, it would be Kazuma.
I have my doubts that Gina's gonna go because she didn't know and only only Gregson knew.
At KNILEF we never find out, but that's a good question.
This little trunk wasn't here before, is it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs.
There are some initials on the outside, look. T.G. Probably Gregson. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here.
What do you think you're doing?
It's Gina, isn't it? Yep. Hi, Gina.
That's my trunk, that is. Hands off.
No, Gina doesn't go to Paris.
Where were you hiding?
I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every time Dick and Harry's got to have his greedy hands on it.
At young bounty
just
girl she
wild
might at
guess,
some point.
Gina, but-
You never know.
What? Spit it out, Otto.
Is it fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere, always has. Where you been the last year?
Yeah, okay. Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Well, she was in prison for a year. No, that didn't belong to her. Alright, let's talk, Gina. Your boss.
You should have heard them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Oh, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then, obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people suspect Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook inside his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that had been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No. Did you see it, Gina? Have you seen that notebook?
They wouldn't flaming let me, just 'cause I'm an apprentice, apparently.
Inspector Lestrade solving puzzles in Paris sounds like a missed opportunity.
Honestly, I just want Gina to stay in London so that she can solve crimes and get bodies over to the corner, and then they can get, like, ice cream afterwards, just as friends. Just two nerds being friends. Guys being dudes.
But it was me who found it, and he was my boss.
That's right.
XD.
I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway.
Oh,
That's our Gina. What a freaking troll. I love her. So you managed to see what was written in Mr. Gregson's notebook anyways, did you?
Way I see it, it's my right to see what he wrote.
and what had he written, Gina?
Dates, times, places, names, and the whole long list of them. All details about bludgeons who's supposed to have been done in by the Reaper.
But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps there was a record of the inspector's investigation into the Reaper's activities.
Exactly. That's what I said. It's the first thing you'd think, right? And as it happens, it was full of names I recognised anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal organisation in the underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
Gina and Maria having ice cream together.
I might just have to write that little that fluffy drabble right there.
The name at the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was the 31st of October.
Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead.
So, what was the old name?
What like a name I'd ever seen before. It's something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Oh dear. What a pity.
There was something else too. Don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Oh, God. You know, I wish Giselle Brett wasn't important, just because I want to forget her stupid swan hat exists.
Did you say Shin?
What? Does it mean something?
Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her name as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find her name appeared in
we never
Gregson's
see
secret
anything from
notebook.
Kazuma and Gina. They're supposed to be prosecutor and detective on the same case and never speak a word outside of cross-examination.
Well, yeah, because we don't need another...
The swan sombrero was great. Don't slander the peak of fashion.
I offended Thomas, I'm sorry. I don't think they want another buddy cop
Kinda hard to
thing.
forget a goose laying eggs in a courtroom.
I think they just wanted to avoid another buddy cop of Gumshoe and Edgeworth and, like, Bobby Fulbright and Black Quill and Clavier and Emma.
That
You know,
was
they're...
not Thomas.
Oh. I offended Josh, not Thomas. Thomas isn't here.
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that.
Well, why weren't you investigating here?
The lads at the yard's trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before, that would be undercover
I
investigating the
suppose
Red-Handed
that's
League.
fair. This is London and not Japancalifornia.
Only the boss didn't go, did he?
I don't think it was the fact that this is not Japanifornia. I think it's the fact that they did it so many times that they were like, okay, this trope is old. Plus, we already have the buddy cop thing going on with Sholmes and Rinosuke.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cov what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto?
Yeah. I feel bad for him. Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went on to the park on Lime Street that day, opposing his Gregson.
Well, anyway, you won't be the first one turning stuff up. I get my own ways of getting results.
Ah, puppy.
When me and my partner get here together, there's nothing we can't track down.
Oh hey, you found Mr. Vigil. Did Sholmes get his rent?
No, unfortunately.
He's such a faithful friend.
I don't know if he got his rent, actually. I should ask Evie about it. So have you tracked anything down, then?
What do you think, Guy? Of course we have. Can't tell you, though. Police business,
Kazuma
innit?
works better with Ryan as buddy duo.
Ugh. Anyway.
Poor bastard. In every way.
Anyway, the point is, if
Gina's
y'all not
already
ever
got a
need any
buddy.
help...
Looks like smiley face.
Oh, she's so cute.
You know, to turn to right me and around here.
I love Toby. Toby's a good dog. I love his little scarf. Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honest. What a dog. What a doggo. I love him. Toby's a good boy. I wonder if she named Toby after Gregson and just Gregson and like just doesn't admit
That's
it.
not an L-hound. X.
About your hellhound there.
Sholmes and Rue seems less like a buddy cop duo and more akin to Dirk Gently.
What's Dirk Gently? Oh, Gently. Is it Gently? I think it's Gently. Pardon? You know who it is? Who is it? Oh, cool. Are you sure you don't need help? I can mute the stream and like go for AFK if you need help. Just making sure. I'm right here.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's a pride of the
If there ever
force,
was
he
a
is.
duo buddy in a future game, I'd like it to be Baroque and Kazuma.
I'd love to see them just being really passive-aggressive towards each other for like an entire game. That'd be great.
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and altogether not nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
Aww. It should be, after all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day. It was Toby here who managed to locate Trevor's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? The gun, I guess. He could find out who owned the gun. Yeah, he could find out whose gun that is.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this.
Chief Inspector said wolf to that, Otto.
Yes, I heard.
I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much.
Ain't you got nothing else?
I'll have to think. Well, I did that wrong. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. I could have just done the police. Oh. No, I'm. What am I doing? I should present the stupid pocket watch. Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen,
The
don't you
line
think?
he says woof to that would be nowhere near as charming without that small grin on her face as she says it.
Ah, look what he's gone to.
Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson.
Well, duh, TG, Tobias. In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, alright, it's fair cup, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so
I love
proudly
how
of
these
Chief
characters have
Inspector
more
Toby's
realistic
no.
appearances and movements than the modern day ones.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us?
Yeah, it was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't I? That's enough now then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Let's do this.
It won't like that. It won't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going through that head of yours, but it ain't what happened.
Alright then. What did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To that sandwich, not a bag of chips. Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh yeah, Shivers McGee. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah.
He had it in between the woods of his board, he did, the boss's trunk.
What a thief. You mean when they heard a sound like a gunshot, they all piled in here?
Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
Well, that's illegal.
Goodness.
Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what we said?
I thought it might fetch a good price, and the shop wouldn't be needing it anymore. So, but that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less.
And would you Adam and Eve a cheek of it, eh? Stealing the best dead stuff to flog.
Wow, so all three of them suck. That's not true. Gossip is good because gossip is hideous. Actually, I have a very important question I have to look at. Gossip is still here.
What is it with these people committing objection of justice?
Yeah. Are these two important anymore?
Obstruction of...
Objection of justice.
So anyway, that's how it happened, and it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well?
Maybe you and Mr. Sowett should try and find the answer to that question together. True.
I think perhaps that trunk
Hey,
should be turned over
hey.
to the police, don't you?
What are you on about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it.
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Nice. Toby! What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressive towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Oh!
Oh crap.
Did I just get my ass kicked by a tiny little poodle?
Rue was the next victim the whole time.
I almost forgot about this part.
I just got my ass kicked by a tiny little dog. Are we not going to talk about that? This is why I have a fear of dogs in real life. Because even the tiniest ones can kill you. That's not true. Although I do have a fear of dogs, that's not why. Oh, look!
Ryan escaped dead, killed by being smothered to death.
Are you alright? Miss Susato?
Hey! Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier seems unseemly. What sort?
Being smothered by a fluff ball like that wouldn't be the worst way to go, I'd say.
Oh, I would hate it unless it was a cat.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes.
Aww.
And then he falls back after being shouted at. X.
Damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What is on my head? A bandage? Oh no! Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compressed of sugar water.
So
sugar
if it
water?
was Sylvie...
Sylvie would never be able to completely maul me to death. Grover maybe, but Sylvie is just... That's impossible for her. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea while you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ah, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough. Don't worry.
Whenever you're ready, then.
Sylvie would smother you like a pillow.
Only if she sat on me.
It runs in the family to be attacked and smothered by animals. Though, Phoenix was smothered by a tiger.
What to do?
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Being called for dinner, I'll bar back.
Alright, I'll see you later. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Well, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna grill the hell out of you, dude. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say, when I heard that you were attacked by a dog.
Badge stolen by a monkey.
For a moment, I feared that the infamous
British accents
murderer of
have a
so
way of
many had come
sticking
back
with
from
you,
the
don't
dead.
they? I have the same problem. X.
You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded a welcome protection. I'm not wearing that!
Was I that close to death?
All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. No, thank you. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Oh, is that all you're gonna say?
My desk is just as it was before I left.
Sumi ink and calligraphy brush. Even though we're in England now, it strikes me as typically you, Mrs. Sato, and typically not you at the same time.
Well, I do enjoy all the wonderful new things to come out of the West of Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet.
And anyway, Susato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen.
Practice
I love
makes
you,
perfect, as they
Susato,
say.
less than 3.
Alright. I just wanted to see if there was something new at the desk because it looked different. Alright,
Alright, let's go. I'm gonna grill the hell out of you, Sholmes. Let's do this. You and Iris both. 2nd of November. Sholmes is sweet.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker ich befahl.
This part is hilarious.
What on earth is going down here? Am I having a bad dream?
Well,
Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. It's a rather fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Who is that that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris? Is she even listening? No, she's not. Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be so kind as to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Oh god, no.
Deduction time.
Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. Oh gosh.
So as usual, you've instantly seemed to very...
As usual? As usual. It's not the word I'd use for this guy. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Let's do this, Sholmes. Topic 1. The man's identity. That's obviously Mikatoba. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a... Okay. The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed.
Everyone that's played the game has guessed this.
Even Iris is just like, you idiot.
Oh fuck yeah, back at a great time.
You obviously offered the man a guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea delectable flavour has made the man's spirits soar. And resulted in the joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. If you can sing just by making that face, I am so envious of you.
It's like wondering who John Doe is in the second game. X.
Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly in the city? Don't talk about John Doe while Dev's here. He's not here yet, but when he gets back here, no talking. He hasn't gotten that far in the case. Because he refuses to play it. Despite the fact that I really want to talk Dahlia with him. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services Solving a particularly delicate case, he required the retrieval of a letter once sent to an acquaintance. That might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived in my office in a mask. Literally no. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm. Whoa! Not trying to write that name. The King of Germany. Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmunds von Ornstein. Oh my gosh, my freaking tush is in pain.
Oh, Balloon Boy's dad.
Balloon Boy's dad, yes. Yes, there can be no question that mask. Sholmes, sweetie, honey, guy, man, dude. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him.
We can only imagine what Iris is thinking right now.
In order to express his gratitude. See, even Iris is just like, you're so dumb. So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in
Not even Von Karma would try to pronounce that name.
Von Karma could get it right though, they're German. Conclusion, the King of Germany. No, it's not. That's Susato's dad. I've forgotten his... Eugen
should
Nikitova.
put a balloon in his unconscious hand. It's the polite thing to do.
Tie it to his wrist. Which leaves the one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But apparently your inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside your knapsack. No. A £5 note, I believe. I must say your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secrets. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch in your eyes.
I remember screen capping one of these pictures of Iris. X.
You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. That is a teacup. Get it right. You're in London. All cups are teacups. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. Oh my god, Jones, really? My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. Oh, you're so dumb. I love it. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Sure.
This is it. This is why he's the best character.
Dude. Girl silence. Conclusion, to hide the coffee cup. Oh my god.
I am now gonna say that the King of Germany broke stuff now.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of his painful
He's become an
puzzle.
expert at dad jokes, you could say.
Oh my god, Sholmes. Look how freaking depressed he looks. It's just a coffee cup. Calm down. I wish I knew what the German was actually saying. With your silence as well, my fellow jovial warbling is rather big. Yeah, doesn't know. Mr. Sholmes,
It's not just as it is his FARVORITE cup.
Pray, Mrs. Soto, do tell. It's his favorite cup. I totally missed that. His
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have
Shames may
moved
give
a muscle
Phoenix's
since
dad
we
jokes a run for his money.
And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you may as well own up to it now. Yeah, no crap, he has it all wrong. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Oh, 'cause that's so different. Goodness, was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Goats, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
I would ask that you keep the minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo.
But it's our turn now to
She
make some
actually wrote it
corrections.
down.
Yeah, so Shadow writes everything down. Although it is clear that Iris is definitely hiding something, we need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. Sholmes, nobody cares. Just get it
R.F.L.
on.
Sholmes doesn't even remember his own cases.
Sholmes, shut up. So, shall we embark again?
The amount of
On a
notebooks she
joint-
has must be crazy.
On the joint presentation of Hillock Sholmes' logic and You know what, Nye? You're distracting me. Do you want to know how many freaking notebooks I own? Because it's close. I'm definitely above the double digits. I'm not at triple digits. I don't have 100 notebooks yet. But I have many, many, many notebooks. And sketchbooks. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes.
A clueless Russian spy, is this how Phoenix would know of his ancestors' adventures?
Too bad there were no notebook computers back then. The longer that song plays, the more ominous it gets.
I might make, for Halloween, I might make that, just play that for the entire stream. But, yeah. No one across the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his inability to understand when he's asked to desist, which is why the man here, blah 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 blah. I don't care, I read all this before. The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of your bright young eyes to unravel that particular mystery. The reason for that man's mildly irritating warbling is the herbal tea. No, it's really not, dude. So, what? Is it some kind of herb that gives you the urge to sing?
Goodness, I should like to try some.
Me too.
And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man...
Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose?
As I said, he's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for that spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. It's probably, yeah, this. Duh.
Take that!
The gramophone. The reason the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman could break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. That's completely fabricated. False. I've definitely done that before. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Good question. Well, never mind, on with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, certain gentleman of German origin engaged in my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of a letter once sent to an acquaintance that proved to be problematic. In order to conceal his nobility, he also arrived at the office in mask. My dad is doing that thing. Shh, shh, shh. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigmund von Ormstein. Pardon? Ormstein. The King of Germany. Not true. King of Bohemia.
I've met people that are like, why did I buy this?
Oh, I've been that person. I'm really bad. If my memory serves, yeah. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. Are you dumb? Is this one yours? Thank you. My dad just brought me my dinner.
Take that!
There can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Sogi. Thank you very much. Sorry I was no help.
Just you wait, the King of Germany is gonna show up in this apartment to help with rent.
Oops, I opened Microsoft Edge. Or just look at his mustache. Oh hey, now she has a part as a animation. Well, I mean, logic and reasoning.
She's a natural.
Sorry, I'm being silent. I'm trying to eat.
I noticed everyone does that finger thing. Is this where Edgeworth picks it up from?
Possibly.
At young bounty girl MBK2, in that case.
Edgeworth's like, I'm going to be the new Herlock Sholmes, damn it.
Given how often Herlock is wrong in this universe, does he want to be the new Sholmes?
At him nobody you know 30 no, not on the corner of the head.
Detective Edgeworth looks funny in my head. At young bounty girl okay.
Just wait for it.
I wasn't gonna stay up this late, but I have to see the ending of this deduction.
I mean, it's only 8:30. Ow! What the fuck? What the hell?
KO. 10:30 where I live.
Oh, it's 10:30.
He's dead.
He's just dead.
Rest in peace.
Fucking dead man.
Time to arrest Iris for a double murder. Well, at least they're peaceful together, ROFL.
Mm-hmm. I'm still eating. Dinner was really good today. Mr. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger
Bruce
fast.
seemed pretty nonchalant when declaring Sholmes dead.
Oh, well, if you say so.
Fun fact, if you get this one wrong, it's Susato that corrects you, not Herlock.
Well, yeah, Herlock's unconscious.
sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It appeared as if by magic.
She was holding it in her mouth. Why isn't my present button working? Is my R key broken? No. Okay, so it's the game being weird. Yeah, I can't present the key.
Take that!
My dear fellow, do it appear you're rather caught up in that idea? Well, you've been left alone on the dance floor, as you say, so I'm trying to fill Mr. Sholmes' shoes.
Well, it's very refreshing.
Oh, but of course, I nearly forgot.
You don't need to imitate every move, you know.
How wonderful to hear Iris's voice again. It's just a shame it took Mr. Sholmes being thrown across the room to make it happen.
I love you, Susato, less than 3.
It's the fucking key, and I can't present
That's
it.
strange, you can't
Take
present
that!
the key.
What the hell? I had to lose to present it. Yes, the real reason for the silence now is that key behind your back.
The game demanded you see the Susato bit before continuing.
Apparently. That something is the key you now hold in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Reno.
It took me forever to find that dumb key. X.
Now it becomes clear, thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can imagine what happened here.
But what?
Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air and landed sprawled on the settee.
But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf, and the cup of tea, and a boffetol? Why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, the unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris?
Moving around Iris was difficult for me too.
Consider how the room was arranged before this whole terrible experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, it was completely unaware of what awaited him inside. The mask flung into the air just as he was only to land neatly on his face and fell back down. Almost impossible. The teacups journeyed through the air when it caught the unconscious Professor's finger. Literally impossible.
You mean to say that the stylish scarf
is actually just a tablecloth. And that is the Great Detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less?
I would have just said that she placed them on him.
Brilliant, Bruno. Brilliant, Bruno.
Thus concludes Ryunohara Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. We're not going to...
In Herlock's head, Mikotoba makes a very good bed.
Why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Oh shit! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction... Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is, from the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again.
It was this part that took me a long time, not the key. He actually got back up just to fix your deduction.
It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. Must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest.
Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here.
Well, so much for Herlock's comfy bed.
But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observation skills to work one final time then. Alright, let's see this. What is Iris trying to hide? Well, whoa. When I see those cups...
Tim Novaduno 30, okay, that makes more sense.
I see it, you fucking...
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file.
Nice, B.
Iris, you know very well nothing escapes the attention of the great detective.
Oh no!
She did act really weird. I had a feeling she had something to do with that. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory here today. And Dr. Gorey informed us that an autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. No, she didn't inform you of shit. You found out yourself. Clint Van Zeeks, yes, I do seem to recall. Some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? Excuse me.
Don't look at us, don't look at us, don't look at us.
Wait, Herlock spotted that and yet gets all his deductions wrong.
I mean, Iris, those papers you have are...
I'm sorry. Forgive me!
Oh, I feel bad now. Elementary.
HES testing room.
I would have liked to have thought I would have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard.
Mikotoba sure missed out on a lot there.
I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes.
I'm sorry, Ellie.
So you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yes. He just took it from the lab, and even though I knew it was very important.
So there was something in it that troubled you, Iris?
Not exactly something that troubled me. Something that I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, I saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's.
Hey, Cannon, Herlock has been pop quizzing Ryan Skate during every deduction.
I doubt it.
Carrot.
Given that I know, the first case he investigated in the first game, he wasn't buddy-buddy with... He was a stranger to Ryunosuke at the time. I have my high doubts about that.
Your father's writing? What do you really mean?
Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Father!
I was gonna say, are we not gonna... Perhaps we should find our guest someone more peaceful to rest? Mr. Naruhodo,
What better time for this strange detective to gauge Rue's abilities than to play dumb in his deductions?
Would you be so kind as to lend him your beds? We must give him as much to be comfortable.
Oh, yes, of course, I'll help you carry him up. So will I.
No, I can manage all alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We shouldn't want Iris's brood to stew. Nice. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging you upstairs like a
trunk. Have a good night, everybody.
Night, James. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on.
Night by GY.
Oh, hey. Hey, Dev. Your daddy.
Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About
Not
your
to
father?
mention there is more that hasn't been uncovered yet that would explain why Herlock would be interested in quizzing Ryunosuke during their first meeting.
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Early's partner.
Yes, and that notes about all the cases they've solved together are kept inside that metal chest.
That's right, Early told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build a picture in my head of what my daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age.
I read that Daddy was a professor in medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though.
But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name.
Ah.
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes he made with his work with Early. But when one day...
That's what happened, isn't it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out, is that right?
Yes.
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. No, I don't think so.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that it was the first and last time we'd ever be allowed to look at it in there.
So you decided to steal it?
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. That handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learnt Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I called myself Iris Wilson. It's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Early. I decided there and then I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep and personal significance for you.
I mean, they're only about her fucking dad. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I mean, she's only 10. You can't really convict a 10-year-old. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Early?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy back to Dr. Gorey and apologise, I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Wait, what? Oh, that definitely said return to question for a second there. Clint Van Zeeks, male, age 33, nationality British, time of death 31st of May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Observation, death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Additional notes: recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger on the right hand. No document in corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings: vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma was noticed anywhere in the body. Alright. Not that exciting.
I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Jesus, calm down.
What? How?
Whoa, what the fuck? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. What did I notice? Wait, what did she notice? What on earth is the matter, Mr. Soto? You've turned as white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Mr. Wilson's at all.
Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's.
Oh. What? Mr. Mikitoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Oh my god, Iris is a Mikitoba.
because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Bastard. Stop hiding shit from me. The autopsy report writing. My mouse is acting up. So, the autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikitoba then?
Oh, is Iris her sister then?
Oh, that'd be so cute. That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways. It actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikitoba engaged? Oh, of course. He was an assistant of Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided in the section work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into a full autopsy report. Once the work was completed, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
And we really have no way of knowing what is fact and what is fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. What about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Oh, you've come straight to the point. I see.
Then please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris has explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could have called a friend. That is not a fucking answer.
Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? Upstairs. We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world, Mikitoba. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there could only be one logical conclusion. Pray impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikitoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You were coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikitoba. Oh, he's okay. Wonderful. I'm really tired all of a sudden. I just want this part to end so I can go, like, play Minecraft or something.
Does this mean you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikitoba, your father.
Oh, of course.
It's obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend attained the worldwide celebrity. Great Mystery Solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikitoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Sashiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price, but the rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed to share lodgings and expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory, at the time indulging my curiosity for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years. We had many great adventures.
I'd imagine bunking with Sholmes lowers rent to haunted housing levels.
Honestly, yeah. But in the last year Mikitoba's stay in Britain, the most infamous of the cases presented itself, the Hounds of the Baskerville. The professor killings. After the trial, Sashiro and I were summoned back to home. Excuse me.
ASFASDSAFA, yeah.
So there you have it. And now, as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikitoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father. Goodness, my dear. What a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
Oh!
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And that is, you know very well what 'tis. The unsolved matter of Iris's father. Bastard. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures are in that metal chest, were written by her father. Is that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, Father, and you wrote those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Yeah, no. Upon my word, Mrs. Soto. You're coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
Me too, they've got a Brit lady laid, lol, just kidding.
What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in my grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Great Britain. And I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris?
No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is?
No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. You show him, say something, man. No, flip him. Fuck you. Oh, bye. That's quite enough for my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes? When did he get all dressed up? Good question. Whilst I don't like interrupting this exciting exploration of the past, Inspector Mikitoba and I have an important matter that requires a short excursion.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikitoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes! I really must give Soto a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already.
You haven't changed one iota, haven't you? I mean, really, I visit home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest full of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all of this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now.
What?
I've no doubt that whatever happened, you are acting on everyone's best interests.
Nope.
I trust you.
Completely. In my experiences. You know what? I'm not going to say that. Susato.
And sending the great detective and his partner off to renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for my wildest dreams.
Very well then. We'll speak again later. Oh nice. I like the motif. So I believe your work is done here for today. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and reaching a decision. Decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. Yeah, no, fuck you, I'm not going back to Japan.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Oh, roll credits moment right there. Alright, as much as I'd love to keep going, I've been streaming this game for 6 hours. Hello? There we go, end. Oh, end! Okay.
Before you end the stream.
I'm not ending the stream.
Good place to stop indeed.
That's fine. This is the end of the chapter.
Now you can't see it, but I'm freaking out. Thank you, Nye, for subbing with Twitch Prime. I didn't. That was nice. That was nice. You didn't need to do that.
No problem.
Oh, there is a badge for that. Founder. Cool. I closed the game. Fuck off.
I just wanted the first badge. JK.
Same. What a mood. Hang on, let me set up the Eternus server, because I want to play that now. Actually, hang on. Bip. 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 Boop. There we are. It's blocked. Boop, 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 boop. That's great. Thank you! Thank you! Ah! Oh yeah, it's gonna do it's gonna do that for all my frickin' things, aren't it? Oh, I need to figure out how to fix that. Na, 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 na. Do, 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 do.
Wait, why does it go twice?
Because
also, what's the motif?
The motif of that is bum 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 ba ba da ba 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 da bum 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 ba da ba 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 bum ba da ba da ba ba bum ba da bum ba da ba 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 da ba ba da bum ba da da ba 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 da ba da bum ba dum ba dum bum.
RGB life.
Yeah, because Do. Also, it plays twice, and I don't really know why. I just have to figure out how and fix it. Might be in Stream Elements, I'm not sure. Itchy head. That song's stuck in my head now. I'm gonna listen to that song one day when I'm not streaming and get copywritten now. God, I just opened Discord again so I could go into the lounge, and I'm greeted with fucking Dahlia Van Zeeks. It's so fucking masterfully edited, too. What? What is this?
Pardon?
Yeah, Dahlia Van Zeeks. The frickin' image.
Lagged for a sec there. It's fine now.
Oh, the game crashed. It's trying. Ooh, it's trying.
Oh lol.
I hate how she tilts her head like Kyoko Seonji. X.
Do not do not approach, do not put gory in the same category as that she demon. Do.
I hate how she tilts.
I forgot I did that.
Get the wrong guy and have Kazuma threaten to drag you down the streets by the neck?
No, because unlike you, I'm not turned on by threats of violence unless they're coming from me. Okay. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. My favorite part about whenever Nye clips my dirty jokes is he takes the apology I say at the end of it too.
It makes it funnier to me.
Oh, it's so much funnier. To the lounge! Reference implementation. Hello there! Hello there. There are two of you now.
Yes.
I actually don't know who the other person is. I knew one of them was Unai, and I don't know who the other one is.
Josh.
Oh, it's Jorsh. It's Jorsh. It's Jorsh. Oh, I should change the game on Twitch, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you probably should.
Well, if I would remember the frickin' command. Now I have Jubilife City stuck in my head. Why am I at 1.5? What the fuck happened?
Don't know.
Josh, join us!
In just a second.
Join us and see the wonders that we've built.
We changed the city quite a lot.
a shit ton, really.
I don't know. I only punched you once. I got to know how much you... Did you move the... You didn't. I thought you said you were going to move the...
Because I logged off. It was at...
Oh,
that was at like
yeah.
2 in the morning.
Right, now I remember.
It's like 2 or 3 in the morning, something like that.
Detoxing after Ace Attorney by playing Minecraft is the best thing to do ever. My hotbar is blocking what I'm typing on Windows. Why? Okay, so why is there a Fletcher way the fuck out here? What are you doing, dude? Get back into the village. Go to the village. Nope, he's just gonna fuck right off, apparently. Dev, join the call. Ooh, lag.
I forgot that I ran over to the village that I stole, pretty much.
You kidnapped a village? Oh yeah, you made that
sorta.
frickin'... You broke the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, Iron Farm.
Okay, what is going on with my mouse? That's so annoying. Hello, there you
Another
are.
one.
I was waiting for a good thing to jump into the
There
call
you
and
are,
say.
there. There's funny to
Did you find it?
No, I didn't find it.
My
A rabbit just jumped
come
from a
back.
high place and killed themselves.
I return empty-handed.
I'm sad, and also my fucking mouse won't work. Alright, so what are we adding next? What do we have to do next? We have to make the stable. Or rather, I guess you're doing that. But I can get the materials.
I think I have all of the materials.
Well, never mind. I cannot be helpful in any way, shape, or form.
Because I think all I have to do is smelt some stone.
Where is
You never need to be helpful. You just need to be.
You just need to exist. There's Knillen.
Probably do it with that.
Look at this place.
Isn't it kick-ass? Nye is so good at this thing.
New walls.
Nye is the reason we did all of this, and he's awesome at it, so...
Don't oversell me, damn
Ow! I will oversell you all I want. You frickin' deserve it.
What's going on?
I punched Josh into the farm.
Oh.
Oh, and now I fell into the
Oh,
farm.
look at that banner.
Haha.
We're always out
kick-ass
there
looking banner, damn.
carrying the banner through it all. We're
And
always
there's a
out
zombie
there
on the walkway.
carrying the banner tough and tall.
Who's continuing the map?
Who's continuing?
I did that.
Nice.
When the bell rings, we goes where we wishes. Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
You found the glacial area.
New instance, hold on.
We'll be out there.
Yep. Now there's just a small section that isn't done yet. I would have finished it, but it was like really late when we did that.
Someone needs to get the villagers to fuck.
Sounds like you're
Yeah.
volunteering.
Well, if I do that, then you're just gonna scream at me, so...
I don't want you to imprison them. There's a difference between making them have babies and putting them in cages.
Yeah,
yes, but putting them in cages is efficient. Yeah, yeah.
I'm so glad to know I'm friends with multiple people who would willingly break the Geneva Convention.
Absolutely, easily.
Can you put that in the quotes page?
They're called Geneva
Yes,
Suggestions.
I can. I'll do it after the stream. I totally missed what you just said, Josh. Sorry.
I'm just gonna clip that.
Please, thank you. Breaking all the Geneva Conventions. How large is that? 30 pages of dense legalese?
I don't fucking know.
I will stab you.
I don't read it. I don't read it just to figure out what it could break.
You
just
should.
Happens.
One of my
Speed
favorite
run.
Twitter accounts is video games that
Oh
break
no!
Geneva Convention.
Dev, I may have caused a problem. Look at the stream. I think I may have done something.
Oh. Yeah, that might be an issue.
What happened?
Look at the stream.
I'm looking at it. Oh.
So you're running up a hill right now.
I don't know what happened.
It'll be there in a sec. I don't know why I demodded you, Nye. I might have to remod you. Oh,
I was
God.
never modded.
Oh, I thought I did.
Nah.
Oh, no, you know who it was? It was Thomas that I demodded.
That makes sense.
Didn't you just kick him or something?
No, I booted him from the server, and then I demodded him like a year ago. Fuck!
Yeah.
I broke the pumpkin! So yeah, that might be a little bit of a problem.
I still didn't see what it was.
Oh, well, you'll see it in a minute.
Well, basically, go up to the top layer of the farm.
Oh, that, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an issue. I didn't realize it was that far behind. Right, stable.
Why are you just sharking it?
Fuck.
Okay.
Sharking it?
No, wait, shit.
What?
Shit.
Getting fucking bullied in Minecraft, dog. What the hell? Yo.
I should have. Totally should have. I knew that was gonna kill you, and I did it anyways.
Cool, I didn't even have any experience. I forgot the last time I was here, I died at the mansion.
Oh, yeah.
Which one of you lit that on fire?
Hi.
Your stuff despawned.
Yeah, he is the best
Nye
player.
here.
You're right. He's...
Pyromaniac Nye here.
God, yes.
There's a spider behind you.
Yep.
And I don't have any weapons on me, so kill it. Thank you.
I actually do that to every woodland mansion just because it's easier
Set
to
it
find
on
the
fire?
chests. Yes, 'cause it's easier to find chests.
Pyromaniac.
I've only actually
tendencies.
successfully been through one mansion with a couple other people.
I see you have a kitty.
One of them lit it on fire, and his only response was "oops" as he watched everything burst into flames. And we just scrounged around for all the chests. That was great. Ah!
Fuck, I actually need
Now you're
more
taking a bath with your pet.
logs.
Ow! Oh shoot! No! Ah!
I don't need a weapon. I have a dog.
Run! 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 Shit!
Did I use up all the dark oak logs? What
Oh
the
no!
shit?
I might have actually just been
did.
exiled from my own house because now I can't get anywhere near.
Wait, when was this your house?
No, not your house. Like the no. I meant the blacksmiths.
Oh.
I can't go there
Oh,
anymore.
is my dog in there too?
No, but if I get close enough, it'll attack me.
It's sat down. It shouldn't attack you anymore.
Oh,
well,
okay.
it's still gonna be pissed at you. It just won't actively chase you now.
Oh, this
Yeah.
this poor iron golem is gonna die.
Is he stuck?
He's very stuck.
There you go.
No, don't push him into the street.
What?
Because if
Push
he's in
him
the street,
into the
he's
danger.
Okay.
Well, no, because he was being shot because he was stuck and couldn't attack a skeleton. But he has to be in the.
Fuck baby zombie.
Don't get murdered.
I won't get Filzed.
You are a tree.
Who the fuck are you?
Thank you.
I'd like to be a tree.
Forgot to put a trapdoor on this damn ladder when the villagers are stuck down here.
Was that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks high. Cool.
Here you go. Have some planks. I'm going to end this stream because I've been streaming for 7 hours and I want to stop trying. But I'm definitely... you know, if it weren't for the fact that I have plans for tomorrow, I'd stream another 7-hour stream tomorrow. I really want to play that game. It's really fun. I'm enjoying it so much. God.
What's going on tomorrow?
I'm going out for gelato with my father, and then I'm going to see my brother, and we're going to watch something. I think that's the plan. Quinn comes over every single Sunday. Crap.
Whoops.
Huh? My ass hurts.
Sorry about that.
It's not your fault. I'm sitting in a hard-ass wooden chair.
Jesus Christ, damn it. Certifiably not my problem. Jesus.
Oh my god. Alright, I can't
once it won't be you getting clipped.
We're ending the stream. Oh, there it goes for the 3rd time. Oh my god. Thank you and good night.